Welcome on in, ladies and gentlemen. How is everybody doing? I hope you're all having a fantastic evening. Now, I know I don't usually go live on, Saturdays, however, since I'm going to be partnering up tonight with, storytellers, since this is the, major day that everybody wanted to, stream on, I figured that it might as well it'll be a good idea to do so, considering I was planning on, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah. Considering I was planning on streaming, playing Endwalker anyway, I might as well stream it. So, as you may notice, Ender here is looking a bit different. And that's because, so to catch you all up to speed on those who aren't familiar with the story, we went back to the first to try to figure out the cause of the calamities that are happening, on the Earth. And, long story short, Elidibus used the Crystal Tower to send us back in time to the era of the Ascians. That's Emmett Silk right there, in his original body. So yeah, we are currently here in Elpis, which is what we were told the flower was called, in search of what is essentially our answer to try to stop the final days. And we also met Hythlodaeus and Emmett Silk earlier, and in order to make sure I don't stand out, they gave me this outfit. I'm going to be making a Black Mage glamour with this at some point, mark my words. Because this is already designed for like a caster class, and I also still have the Black Mage weapon. The Emmett Silk the Hades Black Mage weapon, so hell yes, I'm going to use it. So, we have to search for the missing ambystoma, which is just essentially, you know, just an axolotl, really. Oh, gosh dang it. Stupid birds of Elpis, get out of here. Yeah. Get. Thank you. As you can see, I'm still not above nuking things. Ah, here we go. It seems as if Hermes and Medion have found their quarry, a creature known in this age as an ambystoma. Yet, though it has been safely extracted from the tree, Hermes appears to have found himself in quite the predicament. The ambystoma, Hermes saw it high up in the tree. He climbed up to get it, but it jumped on him and he slipped. Everything is under control, I trust. Yes, rest assured, this is nothing new to me. I've ended up in far more compromising positions in my course of work. Now, for your own safety, please stand back. Ugh. Hermes, are you alright? Quite alright, yes. My apologies for making you worry, Medion. Both you and, name's Ender. Ender Kazajir, you're called. An intriguing name, somehow reminiscent of a new creation. Hey, Yule, I'm doing just fine. Just hanging out, having a good time. Streaming some 14. As for you, little one, you must be more careful. You may be able to fly, but that does not mean you cannot fall and hurt yourself. Oh no, I had forgotten about its fellows! Emmett Silk is watching them, rest assured. Truly? What a relief. I must thank Emmett Silk and Hythlodaeus when I return to them, but first with the distractions out of the way. As Chief Overseer of Elpis, permit me to welcome you to the facility. I hope you'll enjoy your time here. Ponder, warrant, cherish, welcome. Well, we mustn't keep the others waiting. Let us return to Agnorosis. But yeah, this area is literally just, you know, freaking millions of years ago in the age of the Ascians before the before the final days. Hey, Emetselk. My apologies for the trouble. Owing to your kind assistance, all the Abystomas are safe and well. I will presently send them back to their space, if you would go ahead into the main building. Upon entering, you'll see a table and chairs, a meeting area. We may speak there. Very well. Take care not to let your creatures slip away again. I need to work on my Emetselk impression. The only thing I'm sad about with the Ascian costume is that you don't get a mask along with it. Like, you don't get an actual mask to wear along with it. I wish you did. Like, it's just the outfit just includes, like, the robe, the pants, and the boots. You can't actually wear the mask, which is a damn shame. Like, I really wish they gave you a matching mask or something. Or I don't know, maybe later on in the story they give you, like, a Mask of Azim or something. I mean, maybe you might have it, considering there was that whole theory that, like, the armor set Kryl gives you, or the armor set Taru gives you as glamour at the beginning of Shadowbringers, actually, like, the mask design on it is Azim's, but I honestly don't necessarily buy it. I just kind of want, like, one of the plain silver Ascian masks to wear, you know?
This appears to be the place.
Ah, it's so nice to hear Emetselk's voice again.
And here is where we part ways. We will be discussing highly sensitive affairs. Only a select few may be privy to such knowledge, and that does not include someone who cannot or will not divulge their origins.
No, that's fair. Security risk.
What? Will I have to remove you by force?
I beat your ass once before, I'll do it again! There are reasons I cannot speak freely.
Let's hear them then, these reasons of yours. Who knows? If I deem your mysterious cause worthy, I may even be inclined to offer my assistance.
That's a lie and we both know it.
I do not object to his attendance.
Oh.
Hermes, this is highly irregular.
Perhaps, but I believe he can be trusted. Meteon would not have taken to him so quickly otherwise.
Hey! Bird Girl's got my back.
Moreover, the presence of a third party may help me to maintain composure.
As you wish, then.
I have missed conversing with this sassy bitch. Like, I have genuinely missed Emetselk's sass. It's glorious.
So, it's finally happened then.
Aye. Van Daniels declared his intention to step down and named you as his preferred successor.
Ah, so, right, because they each have a different role to play. Emetselk is not necessarily a name, but a title. Or, well, Van Daniel.
The convocation is giving the recommendation due consideration. As one who does not know you personally, I am to use my impartial eye to take your measure. And
Makes sense.
To ascertain your disposition towards the invitation.
It makes sense. They need somebody who is actually qualified for the job.
I understand that you and Van Daniel are close. He himself was once chief overseer of Elpis after all. I should not be surprised if you knew before anyone else that he wished to relinquish his office.
So Emetselk is implying he knew the whole time.
He told me that when he fulfilled his purpose, he wished to pass the torch to me.
A torch you seem none too pleased to accept. Are you so averse to serving on the convocation?
He does pose a good point.
No, it's not that. For a humble researcher like myself to even be considered is an honor beyond words. No, What troubles me, what I struggle to come to terms with, is the very fact that Fandaniel is stepping down. Does this not mean that he will return to the star?
So it seems like when Ascians lose their position in the convocation, their souls return to the star?
Volition, yes, like so many others have before him.
So when an Ascian leaves the convocation, he dies?
Die.
Well now, that's not a word I hear often. Is that what you say here in Elpis?
They're not familiar with the term die.
Mankind is the life of Atheris. Each of us, a drop of blood flowing through its veins, bearing sustenance. In our finite time upon it, 'tis our duty to make it a better place, that all who call it home, now and in future, may abide in happiness. To that end, we have dedicated ourselves to the pursuit of enlightened creation. And by our efforts did we transform this once untamed wilderness into the peaceful paradise you enjoy today. To return to the star whence we came is a privilege afforded to we who have so loved and nurtured it. A choice embraced by those who have lived their lives to the fullest, in service to our world.
So they see death not as
When we depart
a,
upon this journey, it is beautiful, always.
I mean, they do have a point. We never really know how long
The
Ascians
14
actually
are
live
no
for.
Exception. 'Tis believed no occasion is more felicitous than the fulfillment of one's duty. Our office becomes our lives, and to retire is to return, or so the majority of us hold. Some few have elected to eschew custom.
Huh.
Mayhap you feel Fandaniel's deeds do not warrant his return. Yet you should know his accomplishments as well as any. During his time, he conceived of countless outstanding concepts. And channeling the wealth of experience he attained here in Elpis, he brought forth many new specimens.
I know of all this. I do. It's just, I cannot fathom why someone so great and wise, who could still do so much good, would want to end it all.
Unfortunately, that is a question that many of us struggle with. Only the person themselves knows the answer truly.
Oh no, I've made her upset. Forgive me. I know I requested your presence. Might I trouble you to take Meteon outside? A change of scenery would do her good.
Of course. We're going to take the bird girl outside. Come, Meteon. I'm sorry, Ender. I didn't mean a walk. Perhaps we can go for a walk? Hermes gets sad when he thinks about death. When others are sad, I'm sad too. That's how I am. How he made me. But don't worry, I'm fine now, so why did you come here? You want to learn about Elpis and Hermes? Ooh, teach you! I can teach you! We could take turns. I tell you something, then you tell me something. Sounds like fun. It will be, it will be! Where to start? Ah yes, let's talk to Memnon. He should be near the Aetheryte. I'm not good at explaining, but Memnon is, so I'll have him explain instead. I am walking together with the bird. The small Ascian and the bird child. Also, I just realized, if the size of the Ascians is now proportional to the size of regular humans, at least from what I can tell, does that mean that I've grown? I guess? I'm now Ascian-sized somehow. Ah, the Aetheryte. Anyone can use it to teleport anywhere. Well, maybe not anywhere. Not to the ground or to other isles. For that you need teleporters. Oh, and permission. So it seems like people who are up here can't exactly leave Elpis very easily. Makes sense. Probably don't want secrets getting out. And what have we here? Though you look like a person, I could easily pass for a toy. You could easily pass for a toy. I assume you are familiar, like Medion. Is there something you need? Zender, could you teach him about Elpis? Ah, newly arrived familiar, is he? Very well, I should be glad to introduce our new facility to him. As you know, it is mankind's duty to make the star a better place. As part of this duty, we employ creation magics to bring forth new life. However, we cannot simply release our works into the world, for it would lead to chaos. No, any and all life forms must undergo extensive testing to determine their fitness to exist. Testing which is conducted here in Elpis. Every candidate is subjected to rigorous study, in which we identify the proprieties, surmise what habitats might be suitable, and speculate as to the effects they may have on the environment and other species. Should it be judged a beneficial addition to the star, they will be allowed to take its place in the world. The two of you were created with the hope of making the star a better place, so heed your masters well and be good, you hear? We will, Memnon! We will! Thanks for the lesson! Okay, you had a turn, now I get a turn. Where'd you come from? From a place facing a great threat. There's such a place? I had no idea. But this place is important to you. I can feel it. Oh, my power. I haven't told you about it. A creation. Let's find a creation. One not being watched. Then I'll explain my power. Alright then. Oh. I guess this works. It's a bird. Just standing there. Oh, this creation is perfect. But I don't remember seeing it before. Perhaps it's new? Anyway, I'll try reading its mind. That's my power. So she can read minds. This is intense. I can't read it. Or maybe there's nothing to read. Wait, please wait. I'll try again. With you this time. Greetings. Can you hear me? This is my power. I can read the emotions of those around me and project my emotions to others in turn. I am not actually speaking to you in your mind. Rather, you are converting my emotions into words and intention, a process performed subconsciously by intelligent life forms. This ability is vital to my mission, for it allows me to interact with intelligent beings even should they not communicate via known languages or other nonverbal means. As a consequence, I am clumsy at speaking. Yet, though I may struggle to express myself in this fashion, Hermes wants me to speak as much as possible, for everyone says thoughts and feelings they may wish to hide. I harbor an affection for you, one that is difficult to define. Aside from the fact that you share common traits with us, your thoughts are complex, prismatic. They draw me in, leaving me want to know more. Out of respect for your privacy, I will refrain from using my power with speaking with you. Nevertheless, I want you to know that I wish to be your friend. Did you hear me? Aw, how sweet. Good, now it's my turn again. So, what are you good at? I'm good at fighting. I can keep the people I care about safe. Oh, fighting! That must mean you're strong. Hermes is strong too, but he doesn't like to fight, even when creations fight him. Oh, hello. I think we might be bothering it. I don't think he was much too happy about having somebody romp around his mind. Let's keep going. We can see Euthane next. He's usually a small building. Why don't we keep him the rest row? Hey, Cohen, thank you for the follow. I super appreciate it. Welcome on in. Hope you're having a great night. Oh, they're probably at the building. Let's see. Around back. No. Oh, they're actually in this building. Alright. I am just in the queue from hell in Brunhilde. Oof, I feel that. Well, if it isn't the Medion, I see you've brought a friend today. Greetings, Euthane. An apple. Could you make me an apple? The kind Hermes likes, covered in syrup. I want to share it with Ender. Oh, a candied apple? Hermes certainly is partial to them, but you know you can't eat Medion. You weren't made to do so. But I like it too. It may seem that way, but it's due to your ability to share others' feelings. You've taken Hermes' likes for your own. In any case, I can't prepare an apple right now, but I'll bring one for Hermes soon, I promise. We have short, ancient child. Well, short, ancient Lalafell, rather. Who is somehow harboring the soul of an Ascian millions of years old named Azim. Who is time-traveling. Oh no, wait, actually, Renamon, there is. There's Emmett Selk. Oh, that's what you like? Yes, I can feel it, your joy and happiness, and it makes me happy too. Thanks for sharing it with me, Ender. Well, we've talked a lot. Maybe Hermes has finished talking too. Should we go and see? Yeah, we got Emmett Selk. Here you are. I see the fresh air has done Medion good. Ender wanted to learn about you and Elpis, so I taught him. About this place, about my power, about your favorite food. I'm not sure if that last one will be of any use. But I do appreciate you keeping Medion company. While you were away, I finished speaking with our guests. Finished? Hardly. You requested time to consider the invocation, so we have no choice but to occupy ourselves with an inspection of your work. My apologies. No guarantee in time that this matters will remain private. I do not mind. To see the joy his presence brings to Medion, I cannot imagine our mysterious friend harbors malicious intent. Ender is kind, really, truly. He's taught me as much as I've taught him. You're coming too, of course, to watch Hermes. You're bound to learn lots and lots. Well, isn't this just sweet? If everyone is ready, there are a few creations we need to check on. First, we shall return to the spot where we found our wayward ambystoma. Have care when you step outside a hub, for there are more unruly creatures about. But yeah, Renamon, Emmett Selk is the good that. He is sassy, though, so there's that. This here is a new species of Petalota we recently set loose. It's been doing very well, managing to maintain a stable existence thus far. I don't know if there are any Ascians that fill that role, Renamon. Unfortunately, we do not have any of those. It's been doing very well, managing to maintain a stable existence thus far. If we can see its observation period to the end without issue, we shall release it unto the world. Tell me, do you know the difference between living beings and arcane entities? The presence of a soul, yet a soul isn't something you can choose to have at will. No, it manifests only in those beings whose forms adhere to the laws of creation that can endure on their own. Beings that do not fulfill this requirement, such as those spontaneously born of magic or natural phenomena, do not have souls. No matter how much it might resemble flora or fauna, if it lacks a soul, then it's considered an arcane entity. So you see, it is not for mankind to decide what's living. That domain lies beyond our manipulation, and it is hubris to assume otherwise. But come, let us head to the nearby Deacon. I've received a report that arcane entities have gathered there. We walkin'. We do be walking, though. We do indeed be walking, though. Ah yes, the lightning pneuma, just as the report said. Although we call this structure a beacon due to its form, it's in fact a magical device. By manipulating the balance of elements, it keeps the isle airborne and maintains the climate hereupon. In the course of its operation, it often sees an eternal shift towards a given element. Right now, that element's lightning, which draws the pneuma here to replenish their ether. It appears Medion is busy. Would you care to assist me in her stead and feed the pneuma? By using this lightning converger, you can harness ambient lightning and focus it into a ball, a veritable feast for our dazzling friends. Go on, give it a try. Lightning ball! What do you mean I missed? It's right there, isn't it? It's like right there. Game, you're full of it. What am I supposed to be aiming at? Am I supposed to aim at this one? I've been trying to aim at the sparkles, but it isn't doing anything. Just supposed to cast it in the middle of them? No? Like, I've casted it at almost all of them except maybe that far one. Even then, I can't reach it from here. Eh. What do you want from me, game? What do you want from me? Game! Ow, I really am supposed to target the sparkles. I thought we had to target the enemies, but I guess not. Then what's the point of giving me the ground targeting? Game? Hey. There, Hermes, they're all fed now. Thank you for that, Coven. Perfectly done. Ender, look. See how they gather to feed, how they express themselves through their actions despite their lack of words. Speech is not a soul-defining characteristic of a thinking, feeling creature, nor is silence an indication that they do not possess these qualities. But be it a soulless arcane entity such as the Pneuma, or an ephemeral life form such as the Petalota, all seek to perpetuate their existence, to survive. Is Medion an arcane entity? A good question. I can answer it from a theoretical standpoint, but ultimately it falls to the Bureau of Architect to pass judgment. Those with exceptional vision, such as Hilodius, may be able to ascertain her true nature. But to me, it doesn't matter. She is herself, and that is all I need to know. Oh, you finished already? I'm sorry, I was in the way. Not to worry, my dear. They missed nothing of note, and we still have plenty of work to observe. Next, we will head east to the Morning Dew. I need to speak with some observers there. Off we go. So these are a set of, so there's a bunch of like the smaller islands branching off into the central island. Neat. Oh, it's a Gabu.
Amazing, is it not? The Ampelos, one of our newest subjects.
Ah, so that's what they call them.
So, how are we coming along?
Oh! The emotion flowers. They grow here as well. You must grow in areas with high concentrations of aether.
This place is Elpis. Those flowers. Elpis.
So Elpis is the name of a flower and a
Like
place.
me.
Intelleges. It must be the term for something that can interpret emotion.
They are a product of Elpis, and so named for their birthplace.
They are a product
Happy
of this
accident,
place.
Born of the hands of a former researcher who loved beautiful blossoms.
Huh.
Unique for how they change color, to reflect the emotional state of those nearby. Though be it here or elsewhere, they are seldom seen in any hue save purest white.
Huh.
Reflect the emotional state, you say? By what means do they achieve this?
In creation, there exists an energy wholly apart from ether. One
So the
driven by
Ascians
emotions.
were aware of the energy that
In
they
like
called
manner to how
Vitra.
we manipulate ether, this flower is subject to the influence of said energy.
Do they have a name for
While
it?
it has no will of its own, it is sensitive to the prevailing emotion in the vicinity, and reacts by altering its color and vibrancy.
Hmm.
Akasha?
Oh, Akasha. Yeah, that's it.
Unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory. Though
So
although
Akasha
there was
is truly a real thing.
Some describe it
It's
as
just
a
that the
peak
Ascians
in
knew about it,
influenced
and
by
at some
feeling.
point it must have been lost to history along with the Ascians themselves. Strange.
Akasha. Though I'm not familiar with the term, your description suggests it is the self-same energy. Dynamis, we call it.
Dynamis.
And those entities like the Elpis flower that have the ability to interact with this energy, converting emotions into tangible phenomena, are Entelekis.
Entelekis.
That's me! That's me! An Enteleki!
That you are, my dear. And no ordinary one at that, but the first possessed of free will.
Huh. Curious.
Wait. A form of energy other than ether? Dynamis? I've never heard of such a thing.
Hardly surprising. Dynamis cannot be seen, much less felt. And though its existence has long been theorized, we had no proof until the flower's serendipitous creation. What's more, Dynamis is far weaker than ether. Under normal circumstances, its effects are drowned out by the latter, on account of which, beings comprised of and reliant upon the ether, like you and I, are unable to make practical use of Dynamis. 'Tis a truly esoteric thing, known to but a select few scholars.
Interesting.
Intriguing. Then, given the limitations you described, why create Meteon?
Our star, Aetheris, is especially rich in ether, so much so that its name is derived from it. However, when we consider all energy in existence here and in the vast space beyond, Dynamis may account for as much as 68.3%. An abundant form by far. Were we able to control it, we could open the door to limitless possibilities. 'Tis not unlike a gently flowing stream, unable to break through the dam of ether barring its path. But if we could imbue the stream with the vigor of a raging river... Not that I have such grand ambitions.
That description concerns me.
Nay. I merely wish to create a being that could traverse the great expanse.
Hang on a second. The energy of
Relative scarcity
emotion.
ether beyond the bounds of this star was a concern. And so, I looked
The
for another
energy of
source energy
emotion
by
is
necessity.
Aetheris. And it's usually drowned out by ether. So if given enough strength, it would in turn drown
That
out
being
ether
Dynamis.
instead.
No wonder her ether is so thin.
Yeah, Dynamis. So then,
Precisely.
maybe Dynamis is the underlying reason for the
Yours is
final
thin too.
days.
Like an Enteleki. Like me. So... are we the same? Entelekis.
Well, I have been known to transcend my limits with nothing but pure determination.
That sounds more akin to the desperate flailings of a wild beast when facing imminent death.
Well, I don't know, Emmett Selk. Maybe it's because my ether is so thin because you didn't do a proper job.
A deficit of ether alone does not an Enteleki make. It would, however, make it easier for you to interact with Dynamis.
So then,
And limited though its influence may be, this quality could prove the difference between victory and defeat. You do well not to underestimate it.
if Dynamis drowns out ether, and a strong form of, and strong emotions
Oh dear.
are what trigger the
I'd forgotten about it
transformation
before. You must
into
excuse
the,
me while I go and verify a few more things.
if strong emotions of anguish and anxiety are what cause the, those monstrosities, and trying to remember the name, but I can't for the life of me. But yeah, if that's what creates these, if that's what ends up creating blasphemies, that's it. If strong feelings of negative emotion are what cause the blasphemies, then maybe in those areas where the celestial ether is weakest, that ether is being drowned out by dynamis. Specifically negative dynamis. It would make sense as to why the flower was suffocated underneath all the negative emotion. Not that I or anyone else would be able to make use of it even if we knew, but it irks me to discover that nobody had told me of this. That personal annoyance aside, Hermes' knowledge is undeniably impressive. Given that there are none among the 14 who specialize in the Celestial, he would be a welcome addition. Assuming he can be persuaded to join, that is. I still don't understand his hesitation. What do you specialize in? Oh, so you wish to know why Emmett Silk was chosen for the convocation? I should be glad to share the tale. And it began when not another word. Lest you've forgotten, we're here to learn about Hermes, not me. My misspent youth is not your concern. Ooh. Sassy. My apologies for the wait. I've expected the Amplos to my satisfaction. All is well with the creature, and I dare say it won't be long ere it's released unto the world. Another creation, however, reportedly isn't faring too well, the Chartabliss. That is what we shall tend to next. If you'd follow me, my friends, we shall return to the main isle and head north. But that could also mean that... It's all so confusing, because the introduction of this, like, new form of ether and its potential to the introduction of dynamis and its potential to drown out ether opens up a lot of interesting questions. Like, is it somehow connected with light ether? Because light ether is the energy of stagnation, which is what we've seen in the heavens, the element of light. So, and then is it connected with Hydaelyn? My whole theory about, like, Hydaelyn being the big bad. So confusing. I understand there's a problem with one of the Chartabliss. Yes, that's right. As you know, the Chartabliss is based on a sea creature. Owing to adjustments to enhance its affinity to wind, it's capable of flight. The specimens created from the concept could all fly without issue, but a problem arose in subsequent generations. This third-generation creature was born with an etheric balance leaning strongly towards water, its acquired origin reasserting itself, it would seem. The result being its affinity to wind diminish, it cannot fly. No matter what we try, we can't even get it to rise the slightest bit. For such change to manifest in so few generations, I fear they are unstable, flawed. With your permission, I will revert the creatures and recommend to the Bureau that the concept be revised. With the etheric balance leaning towards water, the Chartabliss would indeed struggle to manipulate wind. Yet it is simply too early to tell if this is a simple birth defect or otherwise. I shall transform and fly with it, helping it to manipulate the wind. What? You needn't go to such lengths. You don't know, but of course not. Transformation is an art in which one manipulates a vast quantity of ether to construct another body around oneself. In practice, this allows one to assume any conceivable form and thereby transcend the limits of one's flesh. Yet convenient though it may be, transforming in the presence of others is considered vainglorious in the extreme, as uncouth and unseemly as running about robeless. Shameful. Am I to understand you make a habit of this? Nothing of the sort. It's just that, when transformed, I can wield the wind and fly. It may seem excessive, but what is our shame next to the lives of these creatures? They deserve a chance, and we owe it to them to do all in our power. Be that as it may... Yes, I believe I have a solution. Emmett Selk, may I trouble you to move that Chartabliss away from its fellows, somewhere out of sight? Meanwhile, I'd like the rest of you to help me prepare here. What mischief are you scheming now? No mischief, I assure you. I would but spare you the need to report your colleagues that Hermes committed an indecent. So, have a little faith and run along. I trust you don't mind. And such Emmett Selk is scooching the Chartibus along. Emmett Selk is out of sight? Good, let's speak of the plan. It's a stroke of genius, really. We have Evan Selk train the Chartibus. Well then. Aside from being able to fly untransformed, he can readily see aether currents, and with his adept spellcraft, he can also employ suitable wind magics to guide the creature along. While he is indeed capable of all you described, it is not his duty. I am loath to trouble him with it. Don't be. As I mentioned, it would also be for his own sake. With that settled, let us begin at once. Ender, I want you to go to Emmett Selk and tell him you have a favor to ask. He'll be just inclined to cooperate at first, but you mustn't be discouraged. With our friend, the trick is being unflaggingly persistent. Now off you go, and good luck. In chat, we have to type, I have a favor to ask. Ah, yes. Burp, burp, burp. Oh, no you don't. I'm not lifting a finger. I don't know what Hythlodaeus is up to, and I will not be made to know. I refuse. I now have to say please. Oh. Forgot the comma. Please, Emmett Selk.
No, no, no. You are not foisting this nonsense on me.
Oh, I am.
I'm given to understand you have the power to help the Charybdis, and should be quite willing to do so. And so I appeal to your better nature, most benevolent Emmett Selk. Please teach her to fly.
Or else Hermes will transform. Right now.
Now, there's no need to go quite that far. Altruism is its own reward, as I'm sure
You expect to appeal to Emmett Selk's altruism.
Oh, would he now? And who contrived to put me in this position, pray tell?
Oh!
Nothing so devious. I merely suggested a possible course of action.
It is true.
Please, Emmett Selk. Please.
I did not come all this way to play nursemaid to your creations. I'd thank you to remember this favor and let it be the last.
And let it be the last. Ooh.
I will aid it once it has taken to the air. It falls to you to shepherd it skyward.
Well, let's relax and enjoy the spectacle, shall we?
Indeed. Let's enjoy the spectacle indeed.
You were wondering why Emmett Selk joined the convocation. Truth be told, he wasn't the first choice for the office. I was, on the strength of my ability to see ether.
Oh.
But I declined the offer. For though my vision is exceptional, I am pedestrian in all other aspects. Worse even, quite abysmal when it comes to manipulating ether, for example. Couldn't transform even if I had a mind to do so. What good is the ability to perceive a problem if one cannot act to address it?
Fair point. Especially being on
Emmett
something
Selk
like the
has no
convocation.
such shortcomings. He excels in vision and manipulation both, the latter to an extraordinary degree. If there is a mage more powerful, I do not know of them. Thus did I recommend him for the office in my stead. And I wasn't the only one. Far from it. Countless others vouched for his skill and character. People the world over, to whom he had previously lent a helping hand. Oh, how surprised he was. Claimed he hadn't done anything remarkable for anyone. Modest to a fault. He deserved every bit of acclaim he received. Yet he may well have gone unappreciated were it not for a mutual friend.
Huh.
A singular soul who can't help but involve himself in the business of others. Where he walks,
Hey Raul, how's it going? Hope you're having a good night.
His antics irritate Emmett Self to no end. But much of his grumbling stems from genuine concern.
I think I know who you're talking about, Hythlodaeus.
When our friend calls, he never fails to answer and lend his talents. And in the course of doing so, he himself came to be recognized and respected by those around him.
Hey,
They are
nice!
truly
Congrats!
remarkable individuals, and I'm proud to call them friends.
You did a good job, Raul. Now get yourself some rest.
To help them realize their dreams. This will be my greatest contribution to our world. And when they have fulfilled their respective purposes, so too shall I have fulfilled mine. And together we may return to the star. Look at me, spilling my innermost secrets. I can't seem to help it with you.
I think he knows who I
I
am.
can only assume it is due to the color of your soul. I just don't understand how you can be so alike and yet so different.
Well done, my pet. Well done.
Huh. Damn. Can't fly.
Ah, yes. I dare say the Charybdis will be fine here on.
Thank you for the hydrate and the posture check, Arctic. Much appreciated.
Why don't you go and signal to Emmett Selk? Let him know that his arduous task is at an end.
I still kind of do wish to learn more of Azim, though. We don't actually know what Azim looks like. We just merely know that we are essentially the reincarnation of them as the player character. But still, we know next to nothing about Azim. Even other than we act similar to them. I have no words to express my gratitude. Thank you. The Chartibus has learned to fly. and Ender and I could relax and have a pleasant chat. I'm sure you did. I'm sure you did. The creature needed some small assistance at first, but soon it was flying more or less on its own. I doubt she'll need to repeat the lesson. That was truly impressive. I witnessed it all from afar. The Chartibus flies! Indeed. With this, we've proven that even a creature with skewed etheric balance is capable of flight. Though we helped it to achieve this, the Chartibus is a herd animal. They may well aid their struggling kin in a fashion if and when the need arises. Keeping this in mind, I bid you to continue observing them. If that is what you want. But if I may say so, rather than hoping on an idealistic possibility comes to pass, would it not be simpler to have the concept adjusted? That way we could guarantee that anomalies such as this specimen are never born in the first place. These creatures are already here. We will spare no effort in giving them a chance to survive. As you wish, Chief. As you wish. Hermes. I'm fine. Don't worry. Well, that concludes all of my present tasks. Let us return to Agnerosis for now. Might as well circle around the rest of the outer rim and fill in the map a bit. Ah, so the island isn't exactly a perfect circle. Seems to have a slight bulge. Can't exactly go out that way to fill out the map. May or may not have been getting out of my son and casting Heaven's Swoop. Oh, nice! Oh wait, I'm just able to get over here? Oh dang. I can just straight up get to the Aetheryte over here. Alright, sick. Wait, I'm not gonna fire at the chance. Forget me not. Maybe while I'm around here, I should probably go and fill in the other Aetherites as well. Maybe just make my job a bit easier later on. Although I don't know how to get to that top one. Oh, wait, that's right. I could literally just get to it from the path over there. That's right. Oh yeah, that's just the motorcycle mount music. Every single mount in the game comes with its own designated music. You can turn it on and off if you like, though. Shockmaw. Something tells me that thing wouldn't fit in too well with the rest of nature. But that's just me. Don't know how I get up to that island. Oh well, I'm sure I'll figure it out in due time. What? Want to apologize for forcing me to help, do you? Save your breath. You didn't force me to do anything. I merely chose the most expeditious way to have done one with an impediment to our business. Guess that the Lodius is calling bullshit. Aether to Aether. Tell me, Ender, in the course of watching me, have you learned aught of value? Dynamis seems promising. Dynamis, you say? Curious that such an obscure phenomenon should be of interest to you. Chief Hermes, what good fortune to find you here. Is something the matter? The Lachion, I'm afraid it's done it again. Was the creature hungry, or somehow provoked? I had just fed them myself, and the Ocupides were keeping a wide berth. It is the nature of the Lachion that is to blame, their innate viciousness. Temperament aside, is an outstanding creation, perfect in form and function. Though it may not be suited to release, I have no doubt the Bureau will accept its concept for preservation. In any case, there's no point in postponing the inevitable. Doros will revert them all once the paperwork is done. Where is the scene of the incident? Just off the path to the 12 Wonders. As you make your way, you should see them on the left. Don't know if Doros is still there, however. Hermes, wait! If this is part of his work, then I would observe. We follow. Ooh, quest. Touring Agnorosis. Over here, Velpus, soul-bearing familiar. Familiar must have a mission, no purpose to carry cargo, perhaps here for the purposes of observation. Alright, speak with Charmon. Got it. Hello, Charmion. Yes, what can I do for you? Ender, is it? An Overseer Socolus wishes me to act as your guide? Oh. Oh, no, I didn't mean it like that. I would be more than happy to show you around. I'm simply wondering why the Overseer chose you to send you to me, of all people. I've been here long myself, truth be told. Until recently, I was wholly engaged in a prolonged research project at the Academia Eidner. Surely there are other more experienced individuals who provide a more comprehensive... This grumbling is hardly constructive now, is it? This task was given to me, and I'll attempt to cover the most salient features of our facilities to the best of my abilities. After all, it's not every day one is asked to indulge the curiosity of such a rare and fascinating visitor. We can commence this tour at the very moment, if you like. Then let's begin. You know, rather than having me lecture as you walk along, I think observing firsthand what we do in Agnorosis will prove more beneficial. I'll point you in the right direction. You can question my colleagues to your heart's content. Once you complete a circuit, we can return to speak to the Overseer Socolus. Alrighty. So we got Charmion for the quest. Charmanon. Oh, and who is your friend? That seems familiar. Why, you appear so astute and deliberate in your thinking. I should very much like to make an extended study of your composition and consciousness. Oh, do forgive my forwardness. It's the duty to chart the behavior of familiars, and I find it ever so diverting. Arcane servants are rarely permitted to roam the world at will, you see, but our research here is given special disposition, once the subjects are properly registered as concepts, of course. There are times when familiars are tasked with tending cattle or must otherwise coexist with other living beings. Such projects are brought to me, and I'm responsible for observing and evaluating their potential capabilities. Oh, but of course, if Azim might grant us permission, then you could abide here for a few years while I analyze. And on that note, we must really be moving along. Step lively. Just, if you would be willing to stay here a few years, I would be willing to analyze, and we're leaving. Who do we have here? A familiar of some kind, judging by your ethereal structure. Yes, I'm accompanying Ender here on a tour of Agnerosis at the behest of the Overseer. A tour? Feel free to wander as you please, of course, but I advise keeping your distance from larger creatures. The fauna I have under observation occupy the top tier of the food chain. They do not take kindly to intruders in their territory. Extremely hostile. Well, I'm sure capable of defending yourself. No one appreciates a surprise tusk through the abdomen, eh? Thank you for the warning. We'll proceed with due caution. Hello there, Charmanon. Was there something? The Overseer asked that I give the familiar a tour of the grounds, and I thought the best way to do it was to show him what we do here firsthand. I see. Well, as my work is rather difficult to demonstrate, I hope a brief explanation will suffice. Our creations are many and varied, but I mainly preside over plant life. When it comes to watching certain grasses grow, one must be prepared to observe over the course of several years, and in the case of trees, sometimes decades. Tedious, perhaps, yet necessary. Plants are capable of altering an entire habitat, and their presence as a food source has enormous influence on the local wildlife. Was that the sort of thing you wish to know? Yes, that was perfect, thank you. I think we've covered the main areas of interest. All that's left is to speak with Overseer Soklas. Ba-da-bup. Ba-da-bup. There we go. I see you've completed your tour. Almost. We spoke with those in charge of the facets of Agnerosis, but I thought it would be fitting to end the visit where it began, with you, Overseer Soklas. I see. What's your impression of the work we do here? It requires equal levels of passion and patience. I am glad we can help further your worldly education. I'm glad to see you enjoyed the experience, at least I hope you did. You're truly a masterpiece of creation. Only a soul-bearing familiar could demonstrate such robust cognitive and cognitive features. Or are you perhaps designed to inspire others? I feel something special has been woven into your aura. You have an intriguing presence, to say the least. Please stay a while and share more of your thoughts with us. Yes, I second this invitation. All the long years I've resided here, I've never encountered such a unique entity, and one of Azim's no less. Sorry, you don't have any more Aether Currents to offer me. I'm leaving. See ya. Off we go. But yeah, for those curious, at the start of the quest line here, you get yourself access to the Ascian garb with the mask and everything. Though sadly, you can't actually put the mask on, which is a shame. Really would have liked it if you could actually put on the mask. But yeah, it's really cool. Oh my. The lacerations and burns are unmistakable. Ascian was indeed responsible. But the creature's nowhere to be seen. Doros must have taken it away. The man makes his base at 12 Wonders. I shall go seek him out there. Emmett, Selk, and I will search the area for good measure. Just make sure the Ascian did not escape. My thanks. Let us meet at the 12 Wonders when you have finished. I will go ahead. Please follow with Ender. Come, let's down its path and over the bridge. I guess it's a good thing I went and got the teleport. Makes my life easier. There we go. Up. See the aether current. There we go. Alrighty. There it is, the 12 Wonders. Hermes is looking for Doros. Let's look for Doros too. He's a man with long blonde hair. I think I'll know him when I see him. A man with blonde hair, she said. Judging by the fact that there are a bunch of people around here engaged in a cutscene, I would say this is him. Right on the money. Doros, that's Doros. Well, now, if it isn't Medion, what brings you here? Ah, I thought I heard familiar voices. Didn't realize you two had decided to help me search for Doros. Thank you. You're in charge of the Lycaones, I believe, now. Where are they now? Out in the fields and restrained. Frenzies as they were, we couldn't return them to Kistis. Once I've submitted our report, I'll see them reverted without delay. It's as he says, the beasts are indeed quite ferocious. You're one of the 14. What brings you here? Nothing you need concern yourself with, as you were. We've heard the news, that Lycaon slaughtered the Okiupids. As the observer in charge, are you of the opinion that they are not fit to be released? Aye, I am. Their abnormal aggression and exceptional strength makes for a highly problematic combination. It matters not where they are released, Lycaones would threaten other species that upset the natural order. Could it be that the specimens observed are an outlier? Highly unlikely. We've created a good many of them, all exhibited the same tendencies. Even when we used Karyos to begin with a fresh slate, their behavior was unchanged. Karyos? A memory reconfiguration system. The chief himself created it. It allows us to erase or alter memories that we can observe creations in different environmental conditions without needing to remake them from scratch. Karyos. Why does that name sound familiar? Quite impressive. And potentially dangerous, depending on the intensity of the etheric emissions. Pastrot may wish to have words with you. Rest assured, I've kept all the values within prescribed limits and prevent misuse. Its applications are limited to those only authorized by the Chief Overseer. Do not misunderstand. To manipulate a subject's memories is an intrusive act I deeply abhor, but it's still preferable to execution. Come now, Chief, let's not be so melodramatic. What was born out of Aether is simply being reduced to its original state. I know the distinctions concern you, but we mustn't lose sight of the bigger picture, making rational choices for the sake of more prosperous star. If a creation cannot properly be studied, even with the aid of Karyos, we remake it. If a creation is deemed detrimental to existence, we unmake it. This is all for the greater good, and none question the necessity of such routine processes. I understand these things, I do. I would never think to unleash a clear and undeniable threat onto the world. Yet, insignificant though their individual lives may be next to all creation, it is all the Lycaones here. Before we seal their fates, we owe it to these beings to exhaust all options, to ensure nothing has been overlooked. If you insist, let me provide you with a full report, and we may take it from there. Would it be possible for us to attend the discussion, that Emmett Selk may better carry out his duties? By all means. Pray show them to the meeting room. To man, other beings are just things, to be used and controlled like magic. That's what Hermes told me once. fear this discussion may take a while, during which time... Medion, are you feeling unwell? It's not me, Hermes. It's you. I won't go into the meeting. I'll stay with Ender. Loath though I am to impose, may I leave Medion in your care again? Count on me. I'm in your debt, if you'll excuse me. Can you help me with something, Ender? The meeting will make Hermes sad, and I want to cheer him up with a flower. Hermes likes flowers the most, out of all creations in Elpis. Most creations are expected to be interesting or beautiful or strong, better in some way. The flowers are different. They're designed to suit our emotions, what we feel and want to convey. Hermes likes that. I can't make flowers, so I'll search for one. I want you to search with me. Let's start here at 12 Wonders. Alrighty. Oh, so big and bright, I love them. But they might be too bright. You have to think of the recipient, that's what Hermes said. No flowers. If they were apples, we could have covered them in syrup. Let's head outside next. Don't worry, we won't wander far. Ba-da-bop. An array of beautiful flowers grow in the bed, mix their colors forming a pattern. These would be better for Hermes, but they're hedged in. It means we shouldn't touch them. They're either under observation or poisonous. Any other place should be fine, though. Let's keep looking. That ain't a flower! Set on a tall, thin stalk, the oddly shaped flower is mesmerizing in its undulations. Oh, a Coeron, a flower that can move. When Hermes wasn't looking, it shot seeds at him. Not a good gift, maybe. But you're good at spotting flowers, he'll find something soon. I think both me and the other person there thought that that was going to be a conflict because they started pulling out their familiar. They started pulling out their carbuncle at the same time. Right before checking it. A wise decision. One that I often forget to make. Where the heck are the flowers this time? Oh. Really? Alright then. You spy nothing promising nearby. At best, common-looking grasses with some few tiny flowers. Nothing around here. Huh! Over there! Something big, bright, huge! That ain't a flower, that's a marble! A terrible stench reminiscent of sodden old boots pervades the air. Without a doubt, the culprit is the marble-like creature before you. It's an Adonis! The things around its mouth look like petals with the flowers of the orbs on its head. When Hermes inspected it, it swallowed him up. He didn't leave room for his days. What do you think, Ender? Would he like it? It's probably not the good sort of memory. So not this one either. Finding good flower is harder than I thought. I'm sorry, but can we search a little more? Maybe as far as the fields over there. I'll pick something after that, I promise. Yeah, I don't think a marble bud would be too good of a gift. Besides, they smell god-awful. Oh, I see that Aether current back there. Aw, there's nothing. Wow! Thanks, game. Hey, dick. Eh! Bonk! Bonk! Gotta attune to this real quick so I don't forget. There we go. I feel like sometimes you have to get closer to things than other characters do as a Lalafell. Flashbacks to Arenvale, exactly, Yule. You know exactly what I'm thinking. Ah, the Arenvale flashbacks. Aw, there's nothing. What's that shiny thing over there? Could it be... Aha! The emotion flowers! Perfect! Ooh, Elpis flowers! They're here too! I level my squadron through Arenvale. Yikes. Like me, they're Enteleches. Like me, they feel his pain and turn dark. That's only for Hermes, though. For others, they're always white and bright. They were gray during all of the stress of the members down there, of all the gleaners down there. Truly? The flower was dark in your home? Then, do you have it too? A dark emotion? I dare say I have a few. You don't have to say it. I can feel it's something you want to hide. But won't you lend it to me? The darkness inside you? I want you to make the flower dark, in front of Hermes. He has been in a dark place since before he created me. He needs to know that he isn't there alone, and the others are sad too. I could weaponize my depression! Truly? You'll do it? Hey, you want to see how hard I can cry? It's like, hey, you want to see how hard I can cry? Oh no, it's done. Flower's dead. Ah, hello there, friend. I see you too were interrupted in the middle of your quest. Just taking the shortcut back. Up. Seems they're still talking. Let's wait until they're finished.
Hermes!
Oh, you were waiting for me.
You've finished talking?
Yes, we've come to a decision. My thanks for keeping Meteon company. Emmett Selk and Hythlodaeus have already retired to their rooms. There is room for you too, if you would follow me.
Wait! I want to show you something first.
Time to weaponize my depression.
Elpis flowers?
Go on.
Ah, boy, you want me to call my PTSD? Alright, let's see. What should I remember?
You're not the only one, Hermes. Others feel sad too. You're not alone.
I see Meteon has shared much with you.
They do actually look nice with a little bit of purple.
May we talk a moment?
Ah.
I do not think it wrong that we live for the star, that we strive to make it a better place. And yet, in carrying out my duties here, there are times when I am plagued by doubt. Do you recall what Hythlodaeus said when we first spoke of my nomination? Death is the privilege of those who have fulfilled their purpose, a choice they embrace of their own free will. And when they depart, it is always beautiful. Perhaps it is, but only for man. Creations that he deems useless are discarded with nary a second thought. Some scarcely born into the world, afforded a handful of breaths before life and potential are abruptly extinguished. We make an effort to spare them the pain. They sense what awaits. Rage and anguish and cower and fear. And it is not beautiful. Yet no one cares. No one. So fixated are we upon the duty that we do not pause to question the method. Pain and suffering, confusion and despair, writ plain in the eyes of those poor creatures. Yet no one sees. We turn a blind eye and carry on in blissful ignorance. Not amiss. And always, always the blossoms shine pure and white. A contradiction so blatant I could scream, want to scream. How can you all accept this aberration? And I wonder, am I the aberration for thinking thus? And I am filled with dread. But now I know I'm not alone. Not the only one for whom the flowers weep. I won't ask what you thought as you kneeled beside the Alpes, or if you only did it at Meteion's insistence. Nevertheless, I thank you. To know that you too have experienced suffering is a comfort.
So I guess this is the... Oh, I could tell you all about suffering.
Lest you misunderstand, I derive no pleasure from your pain. It's just the fact that you are still here in spite of your suffering gives me heart. The stars in the heavens. Know you what they are? Though it is too far to tell, each glittering light could be a world not unlike Aetheris. A world filled with life. So many stars, so many lives. For us, there may be no higher purpose than to live for our world. But what of the other living beings out there? What is it that gives their lives meaning? That drives them day after day after day? To pose that question to our undiscovered cousins, I created beings of Dynamis, who can traverse the vast emptiness between the stars. Meteion and her sisters.
Her sisters?
Aye, sisters. She has a great many of them. And they have already departed on their journey, traveling to one star and then the next in search of life. As one might expect, exploration on such a grand scale is rife with difficulties. And thus far, I've naught to show for it.
I'd imagine it would be difficult.
But I have faith that we will make some manner of discovery ere long.
I have faith that you will, Hermes.
And when we do, I should be glad to share our findings with you, in gratitude for your kindness.
I look forward to seeing what you can discover.
It's getting rather late. We had best find our beds. It would not do for both of us to be sleep deprived on the morrow.
Indeed.
Come, Meteion. Let us head back.
All right.
I am worried that Media might have paused because she heard the scream. The scream that started the final days. The world we were transported to was one just before the final days. An all too brief interlude, perhaps, but it is time I attend to my next task. As Emmett Selk and Hithalitus are aware, I've reached a verdict regarding the fate of the Acalones. 7 were created for observation, and all 7 must be unmade. Doris has followed the correct protocols, and as chief overseer I can find no fault in his judgment. The Lacones would disrupt the natural order, ravaging and consuming other species until they themselves starve and perish. They cannot be released into the wild and cannot be allowed to remain here in Elpis. I intend to petition the Bureau of the Architect to have the concept preserved as a restricted purpose hazardous life form. Hithalitus has pledged to support me in the endeavor. Yet, whatever the Bureau decides, the existing Acalones have served their purpose. Doris has already isolated the creatures and is planning to carry out the necessary measures. I will join him forthwith. It's my duty to witness the conclusion to this study. If you are resolved, then we have to accompany you. Of course, let us be off then. We return to the main aisle. Let's see. You and the Aloros. Hippotho. My, what familiar essence you have! Like that of a familiar, if you're familiar with the concept. Ayy! Oh, just my little joke. And it wasn't. I'm Hippotho. Meow, meow. Yes, yes, we're getting to that. Ender, say hello to our familiar friend here. She's an Aloris. The Alori are one of our newest creations, highly attuned to abnormalities in the environment. At the first sign of danger, they'll sound the alarm, by which I mean mewl loudly. Though we do our best to observe all of our creations, Elpis is simply too large to maintain a constant vigil over each and every temperamental species. A more efficient means of detecting conflict between creatures was in order. Thus, I have taken this Aloris under my wing to further develop her capabilities in this areas, and she does enjoy our little walks. This evening, we are testing her ability to pinpoint sites of conflict. Would you like to observe? Simply tell her that the task has begun and she'll do her utmost to locate disruptive creatures. Please do subdue any unruly subjects once you've found them. We can't have beasts running amok. Meow, meow. And she's off! The cat bat certainly is fast. The cat bat. Cat bat. Let's see. Huh, what have we here? Seems these two are locked in conflict. Two nearby creatures face each other down, looks at you expectatiously. Expectantly. Alrighty. Now, you two, let's knock this off at once. Clap, clap, clap. Slap, slap, slap. Clap, clap, clap. Slap, slap, slap. Yeah, excuse me. Well, that was simple. Seems quite the content. By the name of science, what were the results? As expected! Well done, little one! Magnificent creatures, the both of you. It's a shame we cannot give you a pair of tiny wings and a bell too, but it's against protocol, I'm afraid. The Eloi are enchanted with theirs at birth, so they are able to acclimate properly. I'm certain you have your own unique potential to rise to, however. In fact, why not join us for another phase of testing? No more Aetherites! Or no more Aether currents to offer? Don't care. Don't care. Don't care. Still don't care. I don't care. Ah. The precursors to the beast, it would seem. Or the behemoths. Doris, are you hurt? What happened here? They caught me off guard. I had bound them with ethereal shackles, but they became frenzied even more so than usual and broke free. I was able to stop 4, the other 3 escaped. I see them. 2 have taken to the air above the 12 Wonders. The last one's up ahead, lurking in the fields. You and Endo handle that one. The pair in the sky you can leave to me. If this is how it must end, then so be it. I will render assistance to Emmett Selk, unneeded though it is. Bidion, you are to stay here with Doros. But Hermes! The Laconas must be reverted. I would spare you their pain. And mine. This is my burden, not yours, but if you are intent in helping, then please follow my lead. Alright, looks like we gotta kill some things. I appreciate your help and lament that it is necessary. There it is, our quarry, within striking distance at present, but if it feels threatened, it may flee well beyond our reach. Here's my plan. You will approach slowly and in full view and draw the Lacon's attention. Now I warn you, its abilities are as fiery as its temperament. Once it spots you, it'll unleash orbs of flame, but fear not. By my measure, you are more than equal to the task. Withstand the onslaught for a few brief moments and it will give me time to catch it unaware. Ready? Then let us begin. Oh, so I'm fighting the fireballs. Let's fight fire with fire, as it were. Bang. Slap. 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 Clap. Clap. Slap. Clap. Don't know why that other fire aether is there, but... Oh wait, that person's fighting it. Might as well help them with their objective by putting that there. Oh, he's using the literal staff of Hermes. Nice reference. For those of you that don't know, the staff with the dual snakes on it is called the caduceus. It's, in Greek mythology, is the traditional staff of Hermes.
Please, forgive me. May you and your kin find peace. Wherever your souls may drift in the underworld, may you find tranquil seas.
Because all the Ascians kind of have like a Greek theme going on.
Be not forgotten. In concept endure. To reclaim form and one day live again. Serve not the star, or any purpose save your own. Live again, if that be your desire.
Oh, man.
Hate, if that be your want. We are worthy. But leave your suffering behind. Lay down your burdens, be born anew. Fly high. Fly free.
Just like that, Aether returns to the heavens.
Join the convocation, Hermes.
Just, you're going to join the convocation or not, Hermes? We don't have all day.
You do not belong here.
Join the convocation,
To
Hermes.
replace another.
Do it.
To be replaced. It changes nothing. Tell me, do you think it right that we sacrifice all these lives for the sake of the star?
I like
And
how
when the
Hermes'
stars
voice
reach
becomes
perfection,
more
what then?
like...
If all who are satisfied choose to die, shall we all die in satisfaction?
Like, Hermes' voice kind of changes based on his, current emotions. If he's, like, feeling aggression or despair, it becomes, like, more more similar to, like, the Fandaniel-y voice we're familiar with.
It would be tantamount to approving my predecessor's death.
Like, see, the more anger or despairing he gets, his voice kind of shifts.
And to be torn by
It's a
such
nice
thoughts.
detail.
I
And it
do
kind
not
of shows
know
that
if I am
ultimately,
fit
even
to
if Amon
represent
feels that
mankind.
he wasn't an accurate Fandaniel, at the end of the day, he was far more fitting to Hermes' hidden feelings.
Don't be angry. It hurts so.
Forgive me. If you would still consider me in spite of everything, I beg some time to gather my thoughts.
Like his voice now is kind of like
Meanwhile,
bootleg Shulk.
Hythlodaeus, I fear I must trouble you to attend to the others.
If it's like any kind of
It is no trouble at all.
description.
Take as long as you require.
And then his other voice is like the actual Fandaniel one that we're all familiar with.
And you, my friend, I pray you find that which you seek.
If I remember correctly, they said that
I
Fandaniel was
expect
appointed
we
shortly
have
during the
some
final
few
days.
matters to discuss. Shall we return to the 12 Wonders for a time?
Aye.
So, are the final days going to come about during our stay here? Are we going to have some role to play in them? I'm curious. And excited. The other Clacarones have been taken care of. The incident is resolved and life in Elpis continues as normal. Or ends, as the case may be. Rationally speaking, I understand Hermes' arguments, no matter how well deserved the threat, as there is a pang of sadness when a colleague leaves us. Yet never has departure caused me such grief as Hermes appears to feel. What must it be like to experience such torment? The level 87 quest now. Travelers at the Crossroads. Where to now? If there's anywhere you should like to visit before we leave, I should be glad to show you the way. Hermes has not yet outright refused his position with the convocation, merely postponed the decision. As such, I may well resume my assessment. If we cannot accompany him, then I will content myself with questioning his colleagues. Even ever the pragmatist, then allow me to remain your humble guide. And what of you, Ender? Will you continue along with us? Wonderful. Our fellowship travels on unbroken. I say we explore another part of Elpis and see what new encounters are there to be had. If you would follow me, we would first head back towards Agnerosis. Alrighty, off we go. It seems like we're going to be heading over to the Camillio Zephyros next, I'd imagine. If I had to take a wild guess. From here, we follow the path northwards towards Nonalis. There, we'll find one of the teleporters which facilitates travel between the islands of Elpis. First-time travelers must be accompanied by someone with the requisite permission, which I have previously been granted. We only need to use the device together once, and henceforth you will have leave to use it freely. Shall we? I see, so that's how you get to that last island. Aye, game. I see you. Also, I've got the full Ironwood set, but once I actually get to another dungeon, I'll go and change, because I have to re-glamour all of my gear. Or I would have to re-glamour all of my gear. So it would just be a hassle, and I might as well do that while I'm queuing for a dungeon, since I'll have nothing better to do, but unbox all that gear, go back, upgrade, etc. Here we are, Nonalis. This teleporter will take us to the Camillio Zephyros, the western island. That's it right there, looming large over us. Step this way and we can soon admire the view from above. Alrighty then, off we go. Whoosh. Oh, wow. It truly is beautiful.
I present to you Calamelios Zephyros.
Calamelios
Here you will
Zephyros.
find a number of testing facilities, as well as the observation hub of Poiton Oikos.
Poiton Oikos.
Right then. Let's begin by...
Oh!
Well, an Arraius. How delightful.
So that's what you call them.
And what, pray tell,
That is that! And what, pray tell, is that?
Ah, that's a new species of shark.
A new species of shark. We approved the concept but days ago. That ain't a shark!
Sharks are among the most popular sea creatures. Rare is the day when someone does not submit a new concept.
That ain't a shark, that's a man!
At first, they were largely orthodox. Consideration given to such things as size and environmental impact. And then a whimsical someone thought to bestow it with flight. Another, superior intelligence. And then the floodgates burst. Concepts with multiple heads, or arms, or legs, or arms and legs, and so on and so forth.
And so on and so forth.
It was getting absurd.
It was getting
Part of me
absurd.
wanted to tell them to go away and find something else to create, but in the end, I couldn't deny their passion. Here we are.
Oh my! Just then one thought to bestow it with the power of flight. Then many arms, many legs, and here we are. At this point, I couldn't just stay away. What the?
That was too close.
Oh dear.
Are you unharmed?
Wait.
Well now, if it isn't a pair of familiar faces.
She seems familiar.
Vanar, that we should
Vanar?
meet you here.
Vanar? Wait. Yeah, that was Heidland's appearance on the boat.
As I mentioned earlier, the better part of the convocation holds that when we retire is when we return to the star. Well, she is not among said majority. Even after stepping down, she carries on with her work.
So Vanar used to be a part of the
Vanar is her
convocation
name,
but stepped
and
down.
She is the previous Ascian.
Vanar's the previous SM?
It has been a while, Hythlodaeus.
Wait.
You look well.
So then...
Less so, Emmett Selk.
Oh! Hi, Sable. I'm currently having existential revelations about the plot of this game for the 50th time this goddamn expansion!
Effort to frown less often.
What the fuck? No, it's like that it's the goddamn quote tweet.
Easier said than done, thanks to your unruly successor.
It's the goddamn quote tweet I made earlier. For those of you who don't follow me on Twitter, by the way, it's at EnderGMR1, by the way. I found a post earlier that accurately describes my feelings about Endwalker so far. Just quote, "I've come to a point in my life where I need a stronger word than fuck." And that is... I'm currently in the process of inventing a new language of swears to express my confusion and bewilderment. Because I am like 2/3 of the way through the expansion, and I am so fuck.
How very exciting. I'm quite fond of delving into the unknown. And there's naught more unknown than the future.
I'm just remembering the goddamn like Team 4-star bit from like the Future Trunks movie that they did, the DBZ Abridged Future Trunks movie. It's just like, bye mom, when I come back everything will be just fine. Of course it will, sweetie, unless we're working on multiverse theory. Trunks vanishes. 5 seconds pass. Damn it, it is multiverse theory.
Until a moment finally arrives, we cannot know for certain what will come to pass, regardless of our supposed foreknowledge. So you needn't worry for us. More importantly, that you should go to such great lengths as to travel unto the past bespeaks the gravity of your quest.
I can imagine the Azim of this time is just kind of like silently judging me from somewhere, just, what the fuck is my future self doing back here? Why the fuck are they here? Do I do something about this?
Will you not reveal it to us? Mayhap we can be of aid to your cause.
Are we fucking with time and shit? Are we gonna cause a goddamn closed loop situation?
If this is true, then you've been keeping quite the secret to yourself.
There are so many things I feel like at this point could cause a goddamn closed loop. Like, if we tell them about the Aether Currents, or the final days, like the Aether Currents, or a problem with the Aether Currents, or whatever the heck, then that could be how they discovered the Aether Currents and summoned Zodiark to try to combat the final days, thus creating the goddamn closed loop situation, and ultimately our time travel created our current existence. They have brought in so many implications with regards to time travel in this franchise. Why? Elidibus, why did you do this to us? There are so many more implications now that time travel is a thing.
As a representative of the Convocation, I will hear it all. Your identity, purpose, everything.
Alright, well, let's start. Where should we start? I kicked your ass. I kicked your ass. I kicked your ass like No, wait. I kicked your ass. I kicked your ass in a more difficult fashion. And then I kicked your ass in a more difficult fashion 20 times for a mount. And then I kicked your ass in a more difficult fashion 10 additional times for a material to make a weapon based on you. Do I need to continue? Because I also kicked the shit out of Elidibus 90 times for a mount that he refused to drop. I can keep going if you want. Hey, very well.
Why don't we move to a place more conducive to calm conversation?
Just, I kicked your ass. I kicked your ass in a more difficult fashion. I kicked your ass 20 times in a more difficult fashion for a mount.
If it is agreeable, we may make use of my accommodation at Poiton Oikos.
I am so confused.
We were meant to meet. I am certain of it. Else I wouldn't have marked you so clearly, and sent you unto myself in the past.
I mean, technically, Elidibus
Precisely the sort of
sent
mischief
me
I would
back
get up to.
here.
And quite inspired, if I do say so myself.
Even she acknowledges that she's a bit of a trickster. Okay, that's kind of nice. It is the same guiding hand that we were gifted all those years ago, and yet... Somebody in chat just said, I like mudkips. Somebody in chat just said, I heard you like mudkips, and then someone retorted back with, I know we went back to the past and all, but I didn't know it affected chat as well. My apologies, but before we move along, a colleague has tasked me with a matter which I rather leave unresolved. It involves finding a certain concept engraved crystal and the quick-fingered Orleans which made off with it. An Orleus, you say? I think we might have seen the culprit before being distracted by that business of the shark. Would you like us to follow its ethereal trail? That would of course lead us to the Orleus. There's no guarantee that it hasn't dropped or stashed away the crystal you seek. Please, even that much would be enormously helpful. While you're hunting down the thief, I can follow behind and scour the forest just in case. Can I ask you to join the search? We would appreciate a pair of eyes to cover the land west of here. Many thanks. There's a small bridge leading into Poitin Oikos. Let us meet up there once we've exhausted our efforts. Oh hey! It's that goddamn thing from the Archer role quest. From the first. Seems like some of the shattered species ended up there. Why don't we get the Electro Deer? God damn it. The first got the Electro Deer, we got the Morbles. Quite frankly, I would have loved to trade the two. Imagine if you were hunting a massive-ass Morble for the quest instead. Oh. Well, this seems interesting. Alright, I'll bite. Whoop. Raging Glower sounds like a euphemism for something. Maybe that's what fireflies say when they're horny. God, I should not say these things. Slap, slap, slap. Clap, clap, clap. Slap, slap, slap. Clap, clap, clap. Oh, we do have Coralling then, the source? Huh, could have fooled me. I mean, I had never seen one aside from the one for the ranged roll quest. That was the only one I'd ever seen. Bop. I like how they even keep the familiar thing even in the role quest. It's like, what an incredible familiar you are. Yeah, sure, it's not like I totally had 15 other familiars of the same variety helping me. No, totally not. Alright, so where the heck is this goddamn Ziggy that stole the concept crystal? Yeah, it's all like a rare fate spawn in Heaven's Ward. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, it's like Odin or otherwise. Alright. Alright, I guess I just never seen it before because I don't really, like, I've never really done, like, in-depth fate farming or whatever. Or, like, never really done in-depth a lot of the fates, so it makes sense why I probably never saw it before. I mostly get my like experience farming done in like Bosja or Heaven on High or those places. Like I'm not really one for farming fates as it were. Although then again, maybe I should start doing that. Considering you can get some nice stuff from those fates. Alright, there we go. Here's the concept crystal. Yoink. Yeah, a lot of fates can be, a lot of those like special boss fight fates can be hella rare. Like there's the one in Bosja with the golden mech suit, like that one is excruciatingly rare, like I've rarely ever seen it. Found your thing. The crystal, well done! Wonderful, now I can focus on your tale without that missing concept nagging at my mind. Have you always had a knack for finding things? I've often been asked to do so. Oh, you too? Some of us seem destined to always be searching, for ourselves or for others. Also the Archidotana and the Tempest that's locked behind a fate chain. Oh, yeah. Long ago, when I was held at the seat of Azim, I was forever trekking back and forth across the star in search of answers for people's problems. Naturally, the need for such journeys has lessened considerably since I entrusted my position to my whimsical successor, and I'm still eager to come running should an old acquaintance or new interest potentially require my personal attention. That is what brings me to Elpis, in fact. Many times has my presence been requested, my opinions sought concerning the habitat of this or creation. Agreeing to help locate that missing crystal is a minor distraction, which now promises to become a major revelation. How strange and wonderful it is that the way one thing leads to another, wouldn't you agree? Also, it's so weird seeing Sprouts again. Like, especially in this part of the game, no less. Thank you again for your timely help. Now then, 'tis time I return the stolen property. If you would go ahead and head to my accommodation, I will join you as soon as I attend the task. Follow the path straight ahead to the building at the top of the slope. I have the entire place to myself, so we can speak without fear of being disturbed or overheard. First, Aetheryte! Boom. Welcome to my temporary abode. Please make yourself at home while I put on some tea.
A wonderful aroma. I feel more relaxed already.
Would that I had sweetmeats to offer, but I travel light out of habit. There's plenty of hot water though, so please have as much tea as you like. Now then, will you tell us your tale?
Am I even allowed to? What will happen to the timeline? Oh wait. No, I don't want to skip the cutscene. The world has been sundered, broken into shards.
Why don't you start from the beginning?
The beginning of my own personal tale. And so I sat there and told the Ascians my life story. Several hours of condensed expansion later. And then that brings me to now. Are we all caught up? Blah blah blah, Heidelin, yada yada, Ascians. Something something, Amarat. I would certainly hope that I'm at least exempting names. Something something, death of Zodiark, ruination of the planet. And here we are. With everybody just looking fucking depressed. Yeah, my life story will do that to you.
Preposterous. Utterly preposterous.
I mean, hey man, you can believe me or you cannot believe me.
While not the words I would have chosen, I too have my doubts.
Well, not the words I would have chosen. I too have my doubts.
What of you, Vanar?
Not knowing the precise details of the first final days, it is difficult to determine the veracity of the tale. Supposing it is all true, I must ask myself why I would do what I did. Why would I feel I had no recourse but to oppose the 14 and create this Hydaelyn? Circumstances change, of course, but it would not have been an easy decision regardless. No, there must have been a reason. One compelling enough to force me to take such drastic measures. Then there is the Elpis flower, which I said would serve as a guide.
So we're trying to figure. So her past self is trying to figure out her modern self's actions.
Leads me to believe that this place also holds significance.
And now that we have talked about her giving us the Elpis flower, ultimately in the future she'll remember that detail and give me the Elpis flower, thus creating a closed loop. I mean, technically, I've created a shit ton of closed loop with my explanation.
What are we meant to accomplish?
You think in Hades' final moments he was just like, oh shit, I've literally reenacted everything that he told me. Fuck.
Might it not be simply thus?
Like, it's just, like, Hades' final moments during the boss fight, when his health is at, like, 1%, he's just thinking to himself, wait a second. I've reenacted literally everything he told me I would do. Fuck. He played me like a damn fiddle. Actually, no, Hades. A fiddle is difficult to play. I played you like the cheap dollar store kazoo that you are. Maximum sass! I don't have a soundboard, so I can't make any better memes out of that.
In the future whence he came,
just pretend that I gave it an air horn sound effect.
Mankind has no choice but to flee the star. By alerting us to that eventuality, perhaps you wish to pave the way for other futures.
Though I am still confused if we are working off of multiverse theory or not. Are we going to avert the final days in this version of the past to then go back to solve them in our reality or some shit?
Theoretically speaking, it is a possibility.
I need to know if we're working on regular movie time travel or multiverse theory. Are we talking every other time travel movie? Are we talking hot tub time machine time travel? Or are we talking Avengers Endgame time travel? Because there's a very clear difference.
The capital and Amarot, or even my own home would be more logical destinations.
Or hell, even Back to the Future time travel, and that's inconsistent as fuck. Just give me something clear here. Lord.
True. I note also that Hydaelyn did not specify a point in time to which he must return.
I mean, it's time travel. I can go back to the exact same point that I left at.
By this, it may be inferred that it was not critical that we should meet.
Alternately, she had reason to believe that our paths would converge, coincidental though it may seem.
This is quite a puzzle, and we do not have all the pieces.
We don't know the...
Hardly any. But we do have one immutable fact.
Which is?
If the final days are indeed as described, they will bring death to all that I hold dear. Yet despite being afforded long years of preparation, the only provisions I could make were for flight.
Yes.
Nay, my first and foremost endeavor would be to find a way to forestall the coming doom.
So could Hydaelyn have been involved in the creation of Zodiark, realized that it was, oh shit, this is a bad idea, and then made herself to put Zodiark in check?
Given that even the 14 failed, mayhap you deemed it impossible.
That is also true.
Nothing is impossible. This I have always believed. And if Hydaelyn is indeed me, she would believe the same.
listen to yourself. Are you seriously entertaining the notion that you are a messianic figure in some far-fetched tale?
Emmett Silk, you're just salty that you got made out to be the bad guy.
Well, I will not. I refuse to accept that our world could be undone by some unforeseen calamity.
Cue unearthly screech.
I also take offense to my portrayal of a megalomaniacal madman.
I was hoping he was going to bring that up. I also take offense to my portrayal as a megalomaniacal madman.
To sacrifice oneself for the star is a noble act, and I would hold those who gave themselves to this zodiac in the highest esteem.
I mean...
Yet, you claim I recreated Amarot and populated it with phantoms of our people? A bizarre indulgence that would be insulting to their memory.
I don't know, man.
I even invited you there. Literally invited my own downfall. Why would I do something so idiotic and inexplicable?
The more I say it, the more my joke about him just regretting everything in the final moments of us defeating him just becomes more and more fitting. This is just so funny and absurd.
Now, I will allow that the hypothetical task of restoring our world would be daunting in the extreme. The thought of having to bear such a burden for 1,000 lives horrifies me. But I would never forsake my duty. I would never forsake my brethren.
I like the little music fade in there. Emmett Silk is having a goddamn existential crisis over here.
I've had my fill of your fiction. I will return to my duty, and you will not bother me again.
Cue to him walking outside and it's just raining fire, and he was like, okay, so maybe your story had more truth to it than I thought it did.
You've seen much of Elpis already. If you have any observations to share, I should like to hear them.
I'm laughing, but it's a laugh of confusion, because this is getting fucking absurd.
Hermes and his creation Meteon, you say? If Dynamis is the self-same energy as Akasha, as it likely seems, then those two may well be at the center of the calamity to come. This warrants further investigation. With that settled, it is time for action. The missing pieces of the puzzle are here, I'm certain of it. And when you find them, the picture my future self has painted will be complete, and you will have your answer. Now suffice it to say, I will aid you in your quest.
What the fuck?
Have faith. If Emmett Selk is the man Azam described to me,
Oh yeah, trust me, I'm well aware of Emmett Silk. He's kind of a bitch like that sometimes. I'm acquainted with Hermes, of course, but only a visitor received by the chief overseer of Elpis. Of the man himself, I know only that which is common knowledge. Thus I suggest we fall back on the tried and true method of conversing with the locals. The observers who live here can surely tell us more of Hermes and Meteon, and I have a good idea of where we might begin. See the woman standing in front of yonder building? Her name is Ismene. She is the one who made arrangements for my stay in Elpis, and from what I recall, she has held her position here for quite some time. Chances are she can provide us with some insights. Go and ask her questions. I will help drawing out the answers if need be, but I leave the choice of topic up to you. Questions for me? Well, I suppose I have no other pressing duties at the moment. Oh, it cannot be skipped. Alright, so it's a conversation segment. Greetings, Ismene. My friend here is desperately curious about Chief Hermes and was wondering if you might indulge him. Certainly, Mistress Vanat. Anything to be of service. What do you wish to know? What kind of person is Hermes? Well, I can only answer from my own experience, but I would describe him as a quiet man, reserved you might say, and occasionally somewhat poor with his choice of words. His reluctant nature, however, does not prevent him from carrying out his duties as chief overseer. The man is a walking archive when it comes to life forms. He can discuss any species in incredible detail, and is the leading authority on concepts of the power of flight. Hope that answers your question. Was there anything else? How long has Medion been here? I cannot say. As the chief's personal creation, Medion has not been subjected to observation and study like other concepts. So one day she was simply there, and what do you make of her abilities? I understand she is a highly unusual familiar, able to read emotions and communicate directly with one's mind. Exactly how she was created with that talent, however, is a mystery to me. My apologies, I wish I could explain her nature more in depth, but I have not had the occasion to discuss it with Chief Hermes. Do you wish you knew him better? The chief may not be the most gregarious individual, but he engages us as necessary for everyone to perform their duties. We wouldn't want to intrude upon his privacy for the sake of curiosity. Though if you wish to learn more about Medion, you could try speaking with Timaeus, another expert in the creation of flying concepts. He should be conducting his observations of the banks of the stream somewhere to the east. Oh, and unless you take particular joy in rambling discourse, I suggest you keep your questions concise. We shall keep that in mind. Thank you for your presence and insight. Think of nothing of it. Is there aught else you need during your stay? Do not hesitate to ask. Commander, I think we've taken enough of Ismene's time. Our investigation's off to a fine start, wouldn't you agree? From here, I propose that we split up. I shall continue making inquiries with the resident observers if you could track down the colleague Ismene mentioned. While I did feel compelled to interject once or twice during the previous conversation, you seem more than capable of drawing forth the answers you seek. All I ask is we watch your footing around the stream. We cannot go back here once we finish speaking with this Timaeus. Ah, man. Like, I love this story. I said it before and I'll say it again, don't get me wrong, I love it, but it is just getting so convoluted at this point. But honestly, I'm all for it. Like, it's so funny seeing Emmett Selk's, like... Seeing Emmett Selk's, anger at his depiction of himself, and then him immediately saying, like, oh, I would have considered those who sacrificed themselves for Zodiac a noble endeavor, and then it's just like, and you just fit the stereotype I just described. Yes, yes, I am Timaeus, but please keep your voice down, you'll startle the birds. So, this is what you wish to, what does you wish to speak about? What do you think of Chief Hermes' flying creations? Chief Hermes' work, a worthy subject indeed. Those beings which soar through the clouds, majestic and graceful, are ever a favorite of creators. Even now, with so many varieties in existence, the flood of newly imagined concepts continues unabated. What sets Chief's creations apart, however, is how they benefit from his boundless knowledge of the celestial realm. Birds that climb so high they disappear from view, others which traverse the boundless sky in moments, all without riding the currents. I know of none save he who can conceive such marvels. Even we who prize elegance above the form above all else are dumbfounded by his genius. Medion too is a marvel, then? My opinion on that matter would be superficial at best. Despite my admiration for Medion as a concept, I've never delved too deeply into the inner workings of her nature. I know that she has a gift for communicating via emotion, but otherwise her abilities are a mystery to me. If If Chief Hermes should choose to submit Medion's concept to the Bureau of the Architect, then it will be designed registered for public scrutiny. Analyzing a colleague's creation before that step is frowned upon, to say the least. Of course, if he came to me, a fellow artisan looking for advice, it'd be an entirely different story. Do you know Dynamis and Elysies? Dynamis and Teleses? Those terms do sound vaguely familiar. Was there not a flower made here in Elpis which exhibited the properties of one or the other? It must have been centuries since I last heard anyone speak of such things. Has there been a resurgence in interest? Then why bring up the subject? I'm flattered you saw my insight, but I cannot afford to neglect my duties for the sake of idle chatter. Now I really must return to my observations. Surely you have your own tasks to attend to? Well, he knew jack all. Thanks, buddy. For nothing, I guess. Phenomena. Do. Back already? That was quick work. You're obviously clever enough to head off any of that rambling Ishmead mentioned. So, have you any new findings to share? Not much. I see. Even an expert in the field had little understanding of Medion's capabilities, let alone an awareness of Dynamis. My questions resulted in much the same answers. Hermes' colleagues knew Medion as his personal project. I could provide no details beyond those which you just told me. Which leads me to believe that the only person with any significant knowledge of Dynamis is Hermes himself. Yes, we've made some progress here, but more information is needed if we are to reach any definitive conclusions. So we are on the same page then. At present, the strongest link we have to the final days is the power of Dynamis and the entelechies which can control it. Yet most scholars are only vaguely aware of these terms, let alone the study of them in depth, except for Hermes, it seems. Thus I am inclined to stay our current course and learn all we can about the Chief Overseer and his familia. And on that subject, was there aught else of note you could tell me about Medion, aside from our unorthodox method of communication? Sheer Sisters were created to journey the stars to search for intelligent life. I rather wish you had mentioned that earlier. In any event, would you care to elaborate? So these siblings of hers now travel the great expanse in search of deeper meaning. Thank you. Though the mystery had remains unsolved, I feel you've touched upon a vital clue, one we should keep in mind as we continue. Next, I propose we take ourselves to Perpetua Crystalline, not far from here. Just follow the path to the west. The tower and the one further along are both the part of Perpetua Crystalline, the facility where they archive all of Elpis' observational and testing records. Despite they appear from the outside, the interior is actually a vast area of magically interconnected spaces, which, while fascinating, is not the reason we're here, is it? I shall cut by the architectural lesson sword and see what those two archivists have to share. If you can find someone to speak with at the other tower, I shall join you there anon. Off we go. You have questions for me? Certainly. Just a moment while I conduct my current appointment. Indeed. So if you could provide a comprehensive log of those behaviors, we should have sufficient data for our official records. Now then, what is it you wish to speak with me about? The Chief Overseer's personal research project? And by that I assume you mean Medion. Such undocumented studies are difficult to track. After all, hardly a day goes past without seeing a research entailed by one creation or another. I'm afraid I cannot tell you exactly when Medion appeared, only that she now spends much of her time at Chief Hermes' side. Although I do recall an interesting tale my dearest Galeen shared with me. Ah, Galeen is my partner and fellow researcher here in Elpis. She was returning late one night when she caught a glimpse of Chief Hermes sending media on Heavensward, a host of them. For several days she would speak of that scene with wonder, describing it as the most beautiful spectacle she had ever witnessed. That sounds like a story I would like to hear. Mistress Vanar, I thought you had already returned to the surface. Permit me to thank you again for your invaluable contribution to our concept placement proposal. Pray, do not mention it. As you say, my original plan was to leave after that task, but since I have become engrossed with Chief Hermes' research, would you do me a favor retelling the site a researcher told you? Of course. Would you like to hear from her lips directly if you prefer? At present, she should be observing a subject in the massive Basos Thalassa. She does enjoy her time there, watching the sea creatures hunt and play, gazing upon the salty waters of the world's oceans recreated in such sublime detail. I imagine you must find similar joy in indulging your boundless curiosity, Mistress Vanar, even though such pursuits are continually and regretfully delay your return to the star. Indeed they do. 'Tis a rest well deserved and long overdue, I should think. How greatly have we prospered from the wisdom you accumulated during your travels as a Zine. And what would Elpis be without your earlier academic work? The theories you developed serve as the basis for many of the techniques still in use today. Man is creature of contemplation, and none would unembody that nature as much as enduring passion of you. I dare say there is not a soul alive more worthy of a return. I shall rejoice the day you depart on your final journey. I will be honored. Well, shall we take this opportunity to meet with Galeen in person? Now allow me to reconfigure the door of the archives here, take you up the skyway, and spare you the need to avoid hostile concepts on the ground. That would be most helpful, thank you. Let me guess, he's going to fail to reconfigure it and we're going to have to go through a dungeon. Or not? I have opened the path to the skyway. Once you pass through the door, simply walk straight across to the next tower and ask for admittance to the upper tier. Upon arriving at the upper tier, walk straight across the skyway and you will find yourself at the entrance to the Metabasos Thalassa. Galeen will be eager to share her tale with you, I am sure. Well, that was easy. Huh. Damn. Fancy-ass interdimensional doorways. Mistress Vanar, just passing through? Then allow me to prepare the path. If you need further assistance, there is always an observer or two on the upper skyway. Man. How high up is this place? You have almost a clear view of the sky. I'd imagine the atmosphere must be very difficult to breathe up here. Mistress Vanar, I was not told to expect we would have prepared an official welcome. Please, there is no need for fanfare. I only wish to speak with Galeen if that might be arranged. Yes, Galeen, of course. I will inform her immediately. Wait, shall I let her know that your vigilance is urgent? That won't be necessary. This lovely view will keep us occupied until she's ready to receive us. Welcome back, Rao.
A
Finished your chores?
delightful
Nice.
breeze and a breathtaking view.
I'm gonna exist again.
What is it like in the future? Is the world still a beautiful place?
As beautiful as ever.
I swear I could hear the glimmer in your eyes and the adoration in your voice.
Oh yeah, Ral, long story short, we traveled back in time to the age of the
While we
Ascians
Will you not tell
in
me
order
about
to
your
learn about the final
adventures?
days.
Well, not the
So,
portentous
time
events
travel
that led
shenanigans
you
are
here,
currently in effect.
but the simple delights all your own. By learning about the future world, I may gain insight into future me's plans.
And also Vana is the Ascian equivalent of
But more
Hydaelyn
than that,
in our current
I have
future.
an interest simply as a fellow traveller. Short of going somewhere oneself, there's naught more stirring than hearing another's account. Incredible. Would that I could have been there to see it. Yours is a harsh and unforgiving world. Yet in spite of this, your brethren hold fast to their virtue. To know that the light of mankind's potential still shines, even in that faraway place, it gives me heart. Thank you for regaling me with your tales. I will treasure every word. As you know, I was once a scholar. And among other things, I sought to understand the workings of the world. What exactly is ether? How formed the laws of nature? Whence sprung mankind? Riddles and mysteries beyond counting. Over the years, I have managed to find answers to some few of them. Yet rather than attain a sense of mastery, the more I understood, the more I came to hold the world and its miracles in awe. We too are miracles, each and every one of us, born of the warm breath of life that traverses the heavens, swirling through eternity. When I fully grasped the improbability of our existence, nothing felt impossible anymore. If it could be imagined, it could be done. A passion swelled within me, an epiphany dispelling all preconceptions of what was natural and true. And a presence without, immense yet intimate, fate perhaps, holding us in its tender embrace. As reassuring as it was intimidating, how keenly aware I became of creation's fragility, built as it is upon precarious happenstance. I was overcome with an irrepressible urge to know the world more intimately, to hear its voice, feel its breath. I ventured forth on a journey that very day, so very long ago now. Freed from presumption and prejudice, I saw the world through a newborn's eyes. Everything fresh and new, and so beautiful. Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all a people. Beacons of light and life. Laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning, and my purpose, my love. And so long as they need help, I cannot return to the star. Perhaps my future self is still waiting for it. A moment she can let go and walk unto the end. Safe in the knowledge that man will find his own way. You, who are our future, tell me this, and tell me true. Has your journey been good? Has it been worthwhile?
Man, game's asking the tough questions.
Pray forgive my lateness.
Damn it. Yeah, well.
My observation subject was rather irritable, and it took a while to settle it down.
No need to apologize. Your work takes precedence. Besides, we had a pleasant conversation in the meantime.
You're too kind. Now then, I'm told you wished to ask me some questions.
Indeed. I've an interest in one of Hermes' creations. Meteon. You witnessed a host of them take flight, yes?
Oh, that! Yes, yes, I did. 'Twas in the dark of the morn. I'd left the Thalassai after nocturnal observation. As I walked along, I spied a bright light climbing high into the southeastern skies. Then, in an instant, it was gone, like a shooting star, only rising rather than falling. But then another shot up, then another, and another. Intrigued, I made my way to the edge to investigate. And who should I spy on an isle to the south but Hermes and Meteon, the Metea, rather.
The Metea.
There were lots of them, and I realized they must be the shooting stars that I'd seen.
A dazzling spectacle indeed. Have you spoken with Hermes about this?
Oh, yes. The sight left such an impression on me that I approached him about his mystery project the very next day. Alas, he said that he couldn't reveal anything just yet, that he needed to conduct further tests.
Makes sense.
It shouldn't be long now, though. He often returns to that isle, and I have a feeling he's nearing a breakthrough.
Splendid. We are likewise eager for the details. Well, that is all we wish to ask. Thank you for taking the time to indulge our curiosity.
You're very welcome. It's always a pleasure to speak with other inquisitive souls. Oh, and will you be descending now? If so, I shall link the doors for you.
Please.
So another piece of the puzzle falls into place. From what we've learned thus far, I think we can safely conclude that Hermes hasn't been revealing the details of his research to others. I would suggest that either someone will appropriate his discoveries and make use of them, or Hermes himself will have a hand in causing the final days. Since we have no reason yet to suspect the former, we should consider the latter the more likely possibility. Proceeding under that assumption, our next step would be to divine why, or even if he might desire such a terrible fate for our star. I should like to visit the site from which Hermes sent forth the Metea. If we are fortunate, we might find some hint as to what drives the research of him. Colleen said she spotted them in the southeast, rising from an isle she could see from the edge. If we stand at the same vantage point, it should not prove too difficult to locate the island in question. Let's take a look, shall we? Let's see. First, however, I have way too much of this equipment, so I'm going to go ahead and open this. That's just silly. Let me actually go ahead and, even though this is a little bit plot breaking, apparently time traveling back to Yulmore isn't exactly that difficult. I'm gonna time travel back to Yulmore and re-glamour myself to fit the mood, as it were. After all, I'm supposed to be pretending to be an Ascian. Might as well act like it. Ah, there we go. Much better. Now then, back we go. Although it is funny that at this point I'm basically a walking spoiler. Seems like that must be the aisle up there. Or over there. Now, if I were conducting some mystery research, where would I go? Ah, what about that one? Have you the means to fly? It's quite a distance away. Inconvenient, but hardly an insurmountable problem. To me, Argos. My friend, would you mind creating a double to carry Enda over to that there island? Stubborn creature, there's no place on this great star we have not together traveled, still he remains obstinate in the presence of strangers. Argos is a rather exacting standards, I'm afraid. What? You've ridden him before? Ah, your before meaning my after. Not at all confusing, that. Interesting. 'Tis certainly not unthinkable. But speaking of here and now, the quick solution is for us to face off in a sparring match. Oh! Demonstrate to him that you're capable of holding your own against me in battle, and you should convince Argos you're worthy of his back. Besides, I might even teach you a thing or two in the bargain. You seem rather doubtful, but a lesson will certainly be a moment to remember, a memory of the distant past to cherish. What say you, traveller out of time? Choose your battlefield. I admire your confidence. Clear your mind and prepare your weapons. I'll await you in the clearing over yonder. Good thing I went ahead and upgraded my gear. Wait, can you dye the Ascian robes? Oh, you can. You could get purple. You could get purple Ascian robes. Shall we begin? Warning, I won't go easy on you. Wouldn't plan on it.
Let neither side hold back. My blade sings!
Up. Well then, alright, now I know that for the future. Aha. Ah, great. Made it out of the way, thankfully.
My blade sings!
Impressive. Although I'll have you know, I do tend to outrange you, Mana. Although I'm not sure if you are aware of this.
Impressive. I shall have to try something different.
Oh! So she changes her weapons at whim then. Aha! Clever.
Have a taste.
I must admit, her attacks are certainly impressive. However, I have done extreme trials, so her attacks are not nearly as difficult. Oh, so you're allowed to change class in the middle of trial, but in the middle of combat, but I'm not? Fine then, I see how it is.
Prepare yourselves.
Athleticism. Haha! I've got you red, Hydlin. Or Vana, rather. I've got you red like a book. You're going nowhere. Bonk. Oh, never mind. Nice try, but I will not be caught by such simple attacks. You'll not catch me with your simple parlor tricks.
Very well. Let us move to the final trial.
I will deprive you of Aether. Boom. Bam. Bop. Let's amp the attacks up a notch. Alright, come on. Aha, not a single one passed. Unfortunately, Ifrit's going to be a bit more difficult to do this with. Well. Okay, those ones are fast, dang. Alright, but thankfully she only got 42, so I should be fine. I also casted Radiant Aegis on myself before her hand, so that's good.
Break your chains, shed your burdens, and show me your strength of will! You still stand. The people of your time are more resilient than I had dared hope. I have seen enough.
Seems like Hydaelyn was a competent fighter in her time.
Twas my intent to finish it, but clearly I underestimated you. One would think I never learn. I made the same mistake with Asm when we first sparred. Despite being less than half my age, his strength was astounding. As is yours. 'Tis plain you have weathered considerable hardship. Far more even than your tales would suggest. It seems we have both learned much on our journeys.
Indeed. Well, Argos seems satisfied.
Well now, I dare say he is warmed to you.
Doggy. Space
A
doggy.
boon to be sure. He never forgets his favorites, and is ever eager to come to their aid.
So that's why he, yeah, because now it's come full circle, because that's why he helps us in the future. Argos will soon have us standing in the very spot where Mattia made their departure into the night sky. With luck, we'll learn something of Hermes' intentions. My hope is that we find no connection, no festering wish for oblivion. Then we might have Hermes and his considerable expertise working for us rather than against us. I hope so too, but unfortunately I am scared. Let's move over to the edge before mounting, shall we? That will allow Argos to catch the currents rising up from below and give us a smooth ride over to the island. Ba-da-bop. Off we go. But first, speaking of aether currents, up. There we go. Alrighty, off we go. Argos motions to his back with a muzzle. You've been given the go-ahead to hop on. Away! man. This place is far bigger than I thought it was. There's the entire area over there we haven't visited yet. However, I worry that we're not going to be able to get through the whole rest of the expansion tonight, but hey, who knows? Who knows? Brace yourself for the landing. Wouldn't want you tumbling off at the last minute. Hello there, Kitsune. How are you doing? Hope you're having a great night.
Quite a small place, lacking even the most basic equipment. The present may yield no clues, but we may yet try perusing the past. Have you done this before?
Doing alright, how are you? I'm doing just fine.
So you can
Enjoying the story.
power freely. Worry not. I shall assist you. Come and stand before me. There are two ways to see the past. The first entails peering through the walls of the soul in the moment a subject is recalling a memory. The second requires no subject, and is instead a process of piecing together an event from ripples left in the ambient ether. As memories are etched upon the ether of the soul, so too are they etched upon the ether of the world. In this way can history be preserved. Such memories are given to fading, however, and can prove challenging to visit. But come, let us try. Close your eyes.
All units fully functional and proceeding on course towards their respective stars. Estimated time to completion of survey is 108 cycles. End of status report. Severing connection with shared consciousness. Did you hear that, Hermes? All is well.
Yes. Good tidings at long last. Every step of the way, I've been reminded how little we understand creation. How the universe defies imagination.
But soon we won't need to speculate. We'll know the answers. What others live for.
Indeed. And we'll owe it all to you and your sisters.
I wonder what answers we will get.
Whatever intelligent beings that exist out there are bound to be vastly different from us. Diverse in form and culture. Possessed of unique ways of thinking. Their conception of life and its purpose will be no exception. Completely and utterly unlike ours.
Utterly unlike... how?
I have no idea. Yet whatever answers we receive, I will not dismiss them out of hand. No, I will think earnestly on them all. And I will share them with our people, that together we may contemplate our own existence. Perhaps then our star will become a better place. Not only for man, but for all life. Meteon, as though I gave you wings to soar the heavens, I did not teach you how to walk the earth. So loath was I to bind another living being. In the course of your long journey, you will learn from those you meet. Learn to walk and run and so much more. And when you return, older and wiser, we will have a celebration to mark your homecoming and coming of age both.
Will there be apples? Covered in syrup?
Oh, and also for those of you who are interested,
And how are you supposed
interested,
to eat them?
we have partnered up tonight with the charity Thanksmas
Rather than
to
food, perhaps.
help raise money for the new story charity. For $10, they'll do a MatPat impression because Lumetric thought that I sounded like MatPat.
Yes.
And
Upon your
if we
return,
hit
I will
$50
give
in
you a
total,
beautiful flower.
well, for every $50 in total we hit of donation money, I will do one additional maid stream. No set maximum on that. After all, this is about raising money for charity.
So, what is your opinion?
He wouldn't wish for the final days.
I'm inclined to agree. As we had suspected, the two are somehow involved. Yet 'tis difficult to believe that they would deliberately seek to end all life. In light of this,
I mean,
I propose that we reveal your tale to Hermes himself. If he does not wish for the final days, as we believe, he may well join us in pursuing a solution. Then it is settled. Let us seek out our friend with all swiftness. 'Twould not do to let such a pure soul be blackened by tragedy.
I mean, that would require infinite money, Rao. Look at the Ketis Hyperborea, the largest facility. Stands in the Echodeus Boreas on the northern island. Additionally, I find room for all of them in so few islands. There's a place on practice back at the archives, vast areas stitched together in multiple conceptual spaces. Neat. I want to do the story at the moment, so I'm going to sidestep the side quests for a while. Because all of the side quests in here are mostly to do with gaining the ability to fly in the area, and for now I just kind of want to do the story. Because if we're going to have any chance of completing the story tonight, we might want to move things along, and I just realized I teleported away from the goddamn thing. Yeah, get grief. Ah, so that's what these are for. Oh, yeah, that's right. Plus, was just recently activated. Seems that Vana herself used it. Ah, good. The teleporter acknowledged you as my guest. You should now have the authority to use it as you wish. As for the way to Kistis Hyperborea, we followed this path and turned left at the crossroads. I thought that cat girl was just Stola for a second there. I was like, what are you doing back here? But nah, just the black robes bore a striking resemblance. Here we are, the grandest research facility in Elpis. We should be able to get to here. Hermes is at another facility, as we just discovered. Oh! Furthermore, we've confirmed that his studies into Dynamis as well as creation of Medium were entirely private pursuits. No one else spoke with the appear to possess the chief's depth of knowledge on the subject, and neither did we hear any tales of stolen research. Which means that if Hermes himself harbors no desire to bring down apocalypse, he might be recruited to help to prevent one. Or, so saith the illustrious Emmett Selk. According to your story, the 14 divined the connection between the celestial currents and the final days, but were never able to pinpoint the root cause of the calamity. With our people's greatest minds, not to mention Hythlodaeus' sharp eyes, committed to the pursuit of a solution, such an outcome seems inconceivable. The only possible explanation is if the nature of the catalyst were so inexplicable that even we failed to perceive it. And what better fits that description than the invisible, intangible Dynamis? Which in turn leads us to our next question. How did Hermes, in his role as Fandaniel, not recognize the subject of his own research? We must assume that he either knew and was unable to help, or that he otherwise prevented from identifying the cause in the first place. At this juncture, all we can do is speculate. To be clear, the Convocation does not tolerate acts of deception or malice. We are practiced at perceiving truth and would have known Fandaniel lied to us. Hermes has no conscious wish for the world to end. Of that I am certain. It seems there is more to the tale after all. We conducted an investigation of our own, you see. How comforting. We seem to have reached the exact same conclusion. I see no reason to delay further. It is time we brought Hermes into the fold, as it were. Thank you for understanding. Save your thanks. I did not say I believed your ridiculous story, but as Emmett Silk, I have a duty to examine any possible threat to existence, no matter how ludicrous or personally offensive I might find it. Or personally offensive. If you want my honest opinion, I'm going to make a prediction here. I feel like what might end up happening is that we're going to go confront Hermes about the situation. Hermes is going to immediately, spontaneously combust into, like, rage, talking about how they discard life with no meaning or whatever. And then, the bird girl is suddenly going to burst into the first being that lets out the horrendous screech, bringing about the final days. It is because she would be overwhelmed by the emotions generated by him. At least that's my guess, anyway. Because after all, emotions are generated by extreme, like, the transformation was created by extreme duress, so that's my only guess. I think time for leisure exploration has passed, so I might have a moment to adjust my vision. There he is, on the next dialogue. Medion was with him. Medion, that's right. Hermes appears to be in the midst of an observational study, but I suggest we hurry before they venture elsewhere. Head straight down the path. We can teleport to my Sopus Euros from the device at the bottom of the slope. But yeah, that's my prediction for things. We'll see if it ends up coming true or not. How that prediction is going to tie into everything else, who knows? seems like there's a cutscene here. So first, before the cutscene takes place, I need to go take a quick bio break because I have been going for quite a while now. I will be back. have returned. Now I am fully ready to continue the story. So let's get things back up and going, shall we? Thank you for the welcome back, Rao. They're close by, within the Hungering Gardens. That would be the circular enclosure you see just up ahead. Well then, to make yourself useful and bring Hermes out here for us. If I were to go, he would assume I was only the press him on the Fandaniel matter. Of all of us present, you stand the best chance of convincing him to put aside his work for the moment. But the creations in there are not exactly... Well, then again, perhaps Ender can handle them. He did survive a bout with Ana, after all. Off you go to find Hermes, but do be prepared to come to blows with the garden's denizens. I'll be fine. You people worry about me too much. I can hold my own perfectly fine. Bop. Against the conjured might of the dreadworm Bahamut, these simple plants are nothing. But good grief, why are these even here? Hermes! Hermes, get your ass out here, Hermes! Hermes! Hey. Where is Hermes? Hey. The botanical things are starting to get on my nerves. Yeah. Get out of here. Where in the God's damned hell is Hermes? Could be anywhere in here. Good grief. Where is he? There he is! Good grief. Endo, what are you doing here? I thought you were keeping Hythlodaeus and Emmett Cell company. An important matter, and unrelated to my decision to on Fandania, you say? Yes, and I will come as soon as my work here is finished. I will not be long, I promise. You should really wait outside the garden with the others. This is no place for idle exploration. I'm gone. Alright, there we go. That's that solved, at least. Got that matter wrapped up, thankfully. Up. Hello again. You spoke with Hermes, then? And were briefly entangled with the denizens of the Hungering Garden as well. I see, or should I say smell. I can't speak for certain Convocation members, but I for one am impressed with your fortitude. Well done indeed. Now that you've convinced Hermes to convo with us, let us pray things will soon take a turn for the better. As fascinating as it would be to meet Emmett Selko, the Emmett Selko would recreate Amarad in the depths of the ocean, I think it's best for all concerned if such tragic events never came to pass. Be it in our future or your past, assuming yours is truly not written in stone. Naive hope as that is. Hermes said he would not be long. Yes, then we shall wait here until he emerges. There he is.
My apologies for keeping you waiting. I understand there is a matter you wish to discuss.
Aye. A matter of the utmost gravity. If one can suspend disbelief.
You shush.
Go on then. Tell him what you told us. Who you are and why you came.
And so you retell your story.
The final days.
The phenomena observed during these star-encompassing calamities is likely the product of a dynamis reaction, and none is more versed in the applications of this energy than you, Hermes. I must stress that we do not believe you would desire such destruction. We come not to lodge accusations, but to beg your wisdom. And so, distressing though the exercise may be, I ask that you share with us your opinion on the matter, on the assumption that our visitor's tale is true.
Even you, Vana. As you say, the phenomena observed in the two calamities may both be attributed to dynamis. Of note is the difference in its effect. In the first final days, it warped creation magics. In the second, it warped the people themselves. The key variable, I suspect, is the etheric density of the men of each age. As you know, ether, in essence, negates dynamis. Harboring high concentrations of ether, we ancients cannot readily manipulate dynamis, nor be manipulated by it. Therefore, rather than ourselves, the calamity affected our magics.
Oh, what's up, Rao?
In contrast, having been sundered, the people of the future are composed of but a fraction of our ether. Thus are they susceptible to the influence of dynamis and its transformative potential. But that would explain only the mechanism, not the cause.
Long story short, Rao,
Though perhaps
the current plot of Endwalker is that the Fandaniel of our time
Even should it be a
went ahead
hypothesis, we
and
would hear it.
became possessed Zodiark, and then had Zodiark kill himself, which brought about the final days in the current
Dynamis
era.
is an energy put in motion by feelings. Feelings for which there must first exist a source. A source to which the victims must be attuned. One that harbors the self-same negative emotions. Elsewise it could not be the agent of such extreme change.
So yeah, there's the final days from the Ascian's
Of the
times,
celestial currents.
and then the final days of our time.
Someone, or something, is instigating the star's demise.
So, we've a villain on our hands after all. Any idea who or what it could be?
So we've a villain on our hands after all. I love how he pronounces it.
The celestial currents comprise the outermost layer of the star's ether, encasing it like a protective sphere.
So we have a villain after all.
According
Curious.
to your tale, it was where the currents were weakest that the phenomena first manifested. If the inciting factor came from without Aetheris, then its effects would first be seen in those locations.
So then...
Greetings. Can you hear me?
Wait, what?
Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm.
Oh god.
I wish only to hear your words, share your feelings, know your thoughts.
So it is Medion, but not in the way I thought it was.
May we please be friends?
Oh, Jesus.
Meteon. What is it?
Executing scheduled task, suspending individual self and connecting to shared consciousness. Connection established. Commencing status report.
She's going to let out a screech, isn't she? Yep. There it is.
It hurts. It hurts.
So hot, so cold, so sad. I don't understand. Make it stop. Please, make it stop.
Yep. I knew it.
Steady, Meteon. Steady.
So scared, so lonely. The pain, it's too much. Why? Why do we? They hurt.
Oh, I hate it. Oh, I hate it.
This is wrong. All wrong.
Up.
She's gone? But how?
Well, she fucking disintegrated.
She has altered her etheric density in order to blend in with her surroundings, an ability for avoiding confrontation.
Oh no.
Most effective. Frustratingly so. I can't see her either. Not even a trace.
But then what triggered that reaction from
Stay
her?
away. Please. This is wrong. My mistake. So please.
What the?
Are you all right? In your mind? No. We only heard her speak the instant before she vanished.
Oh no.
Of course. When communicating without words, Meteon also employs Dynamis. That will explain why you were able to hear her, when we could not.
Because my etheric density is thinner because I'm here.
Then you are our best chance of finding her. Follow her voice and try to track her down. Hindered though we may be, let us split up and search as well.
So it seems like something must have forced Medion's status report, and... Ah, gods. I pray that my prediction is not true. Here we go. Where is she? Come on. Not down here. That's what I think. Must be here. It seeps into my mind. Our voices reporting. No, Hermes mustn't hear them. I have to run, hide. Mion's anguished voice grows distant as the source seems to flee down the slope. What happened? What did Medion hear? Guess we deep it on. This is so confusing, because I should have figured that one person's anguish wouldn't be enough to trigger Medion. So it must be all of them? But how are all of the Medions suddenly forced into a single action? It doesn't make sense. Greetings and salutations. Commencing report. Oh no, we can't tell them that. We must run. Run far away. What's in the report? Please don't follow me. Singer's voice fades. The sensor climbing to the top of the ridge. So it seems like the perpetuation of the final days was out of their control. I'm so confused. What's happening? What is happening to poor Medion? Do you guys in chat have any idea? Because I haven't the faintest goddamn clue. I am so concerned, yet intrigued, yet concerned, yet intrigued. Oh, hi, Amitselk. How you doing, you sassy bastard? Nope. Not here. Ah, this is an exercise in futility. You have to be the one to find her. Follow her voice. So it seems like even at the end of the day, despite the fact that Emmett Silk is, well, no more in our timeline, we are still cooperating with our greatest enemy. How? How did it come to this? Is this the reason we traveled to the stars? Why we sought other life forms? Is this it? Is this the answer? No, it cannot be! It cannot be! So they must have found some great source of anguish among the stars. And with that, all of the hatred from across the universe got channeled out of Medion, bringing about the final days. Well, at least the enemy didn't attack me before I finished the text box. Get out of here, stupid pot. I have much more important business to discuss. Aha! Cutscene viewer. You know what that means. This is the right spot. Trust me, Rao, I'm just as confused as you are. Compiling report of dissemination to Hermes and all the people of Aetheris. Processing expedition data, preparing profiles on intelligent civilizations, formulating answers to the question, finalizing report. No, Enter, you mustn't listen! It's wrong. It's all wrong. Mion's anguished voice flees towards the lake. Any sign of Meteon? Panicked and confused, which will make it all the more difficult to predict our movements. Hermes, what do you make of the situation? The Materia are linked to a single mind, a shared consciousness which connects them across any distance. I suspect something has happened which disrupts its usual harmony. How might we access this shared consciousness of theirs? Much as you would approach any sentient being, directly. In Mateya's case, that means speaking to any incarnation within physical reach. So unless we can track down the Meteon we just lost, we have no means to communicate with them, no way of knowing what befell us sisters, no way to provide directions or guidance. Then we had best set our musings aside and concentrate on how we might find her. Does Hermes know where she is? Oh, my dear Meteon, what did you witness out there that frightened you so? Why do you seek to keep it from us? How terrible could it possibly be? Follow, wander, stumble, listen. Correct me if I'm wrong, but if Meteon renders herself invisible by matching her etheric density to that of her surroundings, does she not? If so, could we not then disrupt her concealment with sufficient ether? How much have Emmett Silk solidified? Much how Emmett Silk solidified your presence when we first met you? Don't be absurd, I can hardly channel ether to a recipient whose whereabouts are hidden from me. Which is why we must all work together. Ender will continue the search in the same manner as before, but this time with you in tow. Once he ascertains Meteon's likely location, you proceed to reveal our wayward familiar with a swift ethereal downpour. Very clever, and thankfully she has made herself easier to capture by fleeing towards Leth. Assuming she ain't visible, it should prove no great feat for her to herd her into a corner. Then we have our plan. Ender and Emmett Silk will be the tracker and trapper respectively, while the others predict and obstruct Meteon's avenues of escape. Emmett Silk and I will keep an eye on each other's ether to help coordinate our efforts. Let us be about it. Well, it seems we are partners for the time being. Let us return to where we last saw Meteon and pick up the trail from there. I will keep myself in a state of preparedness. Yes, ready to rain down ether at a moment's notice, meaning it falls to you to keep the way clear. Emmett Silk is now accompanying you. Can't wait until I can watch an Ender stream again. Sable, when were you? As far as I can recall, you abandoned this game. Why do you care about spoilers? Hey. So you're just lurking? Eh, no worries. I understand that it's probably late for you guys, so don't worry about lurking. Not by choice, you bitch. Eh, fair enough. You heard fewer for it. Nothing this way? We try another route then. Emmett Selk, aka the sexiest Ascian in the entire convocation. Like, look at this man. This is a man right here. Why can't I fly? Are my functions being restricted? Hide, yes, I'll just have to hide, where no one can find me. Minion's anguished voice heads towards the water's edge. She went into the lake, as if this wasn't tiresome enough. Well, at least that open expanse should make it easier to find. We won't lose it this time. Just past the casual fishers. Oh, hi, how's it going? We're just trying to stop the end of the world. Don't mind us. A conversation point? We should be able to reach the bottom of this drop by climbing down the rocks at the water's edge. Do not even think of dragging me over the falls. Final days or no, if I end up drenched from head to toe, I swear I'll feed you to a remora. Fair enough, Emmett Selk. What's edge? I swear, if you have me drenched from head to toe, I will feed you to a remora. Wow, it's Emmett Selk. I absolutely am. No question about that. I mean, this is a man right here. As one of my streamer friends, Alexandra, aka Himbo BF, said once when they were teaching me how to do Hades EX, I am a whore for Emmett Selk. And I'm gonna be honest, I didn't see it before, but now, yeah, I definitely see it now. That is a man. I'm not here. I'm not here. Please. There! By that rock, is she? Very well. God, the sexy ass snap. What? Why can't I hide? There's no need to run, Medion. Striker from Hell of a Boss, fair. And what are you saying? I'm sorry, I'm not strong enough. Stay away, I'm begging you. Don't make me say it. It will break him, his poor, fragile heart. Now we have a chance. Once the others are in position, the two of us can herd her into the midst. Wait, so if it would break his heart... Oh right, I forgot you can't use a mount while you're being followed. Gotta add to the tension. Child. Not now, Medusa, go away. Is the teleporter not in use? Seems to have been left to the mercy of the elements. Either way, it bears no trace of Venion's essence. We move on. But wow, why would I improve on perfection? There, I see her. This chase is going on for far too long and it's making me anxious. Game, just tell me already. What has happened? Game! 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 Oh hey, there's that same person from earlier in a cutscene. No wait, this is a different person. No, wait, we see him before. You know what? Fair enough.
Aha!
What is it?
Give chase. We shall herd her into the shelter.
A brilliant plan. Ho ho ho! You have no reason to panic. There is nothing to fear. God, those menacing, sexy half-eyes.
Please, Mission.
Okay, I think I see what you're seeing. Ah, so now you have finally come around to my side of the argument. All I'm saying is, who doesn't love a man in a fine robe?
I'm sorry, Hermes. I'm so sorry. If someone can hear these words, then please... please protect them. Protect them all. Individual self-suspended. Connection with shared consciousness stable.
Oh boy.
Our survey is complete. We shall now report our findings. All units safely arrived at their respective destinations. Seeking answers to Hermes' question, we attempted to make contact with the intelligent denizens of each star. Results are as follows, in order of numerical code. Enna. Traces of civilization found. Structures believed to have served as domiciles. No extant life forms detected. Dio. Ruined remnants of buildings scattered across star, surface of which is encased in ice. Presence of life could not be verified. Tria. Evidence of large population centers, akin to cities, recovered. No extant life forms found, only their lingering essence. Tessera. Edifices surmised to be abandoned residences found. No extant life forms detected. Deadly plague or extreme environmental degradation likely to have led to mass extinction.
They are all dead.
Octo. Star found in state of violent conflict. Contact successfully made with inhabitants, but deployment of weapons of mass destruction resulted in total annihilation of local population shortly thereafter.
This as I feared.
Star is a barren desert. No identifiable flora found. Bones of living beings resembling men discovered beneath sands, but determination regarding their intelligence inconclusive.
Remind me, Hermes, what exactly was the question you entrusted to Meteon?
I tasked her with asking what others live for, what gives their lives meaning.
Did you consider what may happen if the premise of the question is flawed? To be able to answer it, one must be living and desire to continue doing so.
You dense motherfucker.
But if Meteon finds no living beings in the course of her journey, or none who desire to live, what then?
What then?
What answers did she
Derive from their silence.
Meteon, enough. Suspend your mission and return hither at once.
So she found nothing out there in the
Decapente.
void of space.
Local civilization once flourished under auspices of higher power. Said power later laid waste to civilization in fit of rage. Upon revealing this to me, entity elected to self-terminate in lieu of providing answer to question. No other intelligent life forms found.
Turning a deaf ear, are we?
Turning a deaf ear, are we?
We are taking Meteon
back to Amarot.
As I understand, we will need her if we are to bring back all her sisters.
Yes. Meteon. It isn't right, is it? It isn't right to turn away from the answer. Even if the answer is pain. Even if we aberrations must scream ourselves hoarse to be heard.
She's gonna start screaming, isn't she?
Aye. Whatever answers we find, I will not dismiss them out of hand. These words I said to you, and I will hold myself to them.
What the fuck are you doing?
What is the meaning of this?
You cannot take Meteon, not until she has finished her report. All else must wait.
God damn it, Hermes. Well.
You fool!
Fuck. You fool! You dense motherfucker! It's just this bitch. My thoughts exactly, you will. Median's going to end up finishing her answer. All of the life forms on those planets are going to be dead, and she's going to scream her goddamn head off, and the final days are going to be upon us. Why, Hermes? Why could you not leave well enough alone? Well, these answers are huge the pain you feel when a creation is returned to the ether. Had you ever cast your accursed question to the distant stars, you may have one day learned to be at peace upon this one. Understand why Hermes would do this? His logic escapes me entirely. Hermes headed to the Kisses. Considering the expansive dimensions of that place, even we may have a difficult time locating his aether. All I can say is he entered the rooftop and likely arrived at the uppermost point of the facility. So, do we pursue him? Of course we pursue him! No matter what Hermes might be thinking, Medion is a potential threat that needs to be brought under our control. So Medion screaming causes the apocalypse? Most likely. After all, we heard from everything we know of the final days is shouting that a grand wailing is what brought about the final days. A grand wailing accompanied by people turning into monstrosities. So then, the final days are going to be very well upon us. The Convocation's duty is to safeguard this star, takes precedence over any personal stake in the matter. Vana, Ender? It is clear we stand on a precipice. We have yet to determine beyond a shadow of a doubt that Medion's is the hand which tips us over the edge. Nevertheless, if we are to learn the truth of the final days, we must give chase. And even if neither Hermes nor Medion is ultimately responsible, we cannot leave them to suffer this torment alone. Agreed on all counts. To Chris's hyperbole we go. Yep, this is still in the past, Raul, so... ultimately, it is as I feared. We are going to play a part in bringing about the apocalypse we are trying so desperately to prevent. It is as Elizabeth said, we must return to a history created by... We must return to a history that was at first created by the final days. Was first created by the final days, and now we are not going to be able to change it. What have we here? Excuse me, has something happened inside Kisis? Mistress Vana, I'm so glad you're here. No one knows what prompted it, but alarm was sounded and Kisis put into a state of alert. Procedure dictated that we evacuate immediately if we had to investigate further. This is Hermes' doing, obviously. And what does the state of alert entail exactly? A field of dampening magic is draped over the entire facility, usually in response to escaped entities and the like. Kisis scholars and observers are unaffected, but everything and everyone else is weakened to a fraction of their usable capabilities. And consider us forewarned. We do, however, have urgent business with Chief Hermes and must enter the premises regardless. I have an ethereal ward placed upon myself, so I should be fine. That said, if Hermes is willing to enact such measures, I wonder what other obstacles he's set fit to drop on our path. With that enfeebling spell in place, we'd not like to be at our fighting best. And I was hardly an effective combatant to begin with. I've little to offer beyond my ethereal vision. Then you will put that talent of yours to good use. You are fairly skilled at spotting weaknesses, if I recall. Fairly skilled? Now you've gone and raised everyone's expectations. You need only make the most of your strengths, and I will fill in the gaps as required. I was once a Zeme, after all. 'Twas my job to rise to the occasion, be that as defender, aggressor, or healer. I feel better about my lack of prowess already. And you, Emetzelk, can impress us with your arcane majesty. You load potent spells as easily as breathing, but you can also channel the power in a productive manner if you so choose, yes? Eh? Well, yes, should the situation call for it. Excellent, then that should cover us on all fronts. Your tale led us here, Ender, so it is only right that you lead us now. No matter what lies ahead, we will win through to Hermes and Meteon. And we will face the future together. Do I get to take a trust party of these three in with me? Oh, dude! Dude! Okay, I normally never do like the trust parties, but I have to do it with this team. Yes, I have to do it with this team. I have to. I have to do it with the AI team. I get to party up with fucking Emmett Selk. There's no way I'm not going to. Oh, long story short, Rao, what was introduced in Summoner, what they introduced in Shadowbringers is called trusts. Essentially, you're able to do a dungeon with a party of AI companions if you want to keep more consistent with the story. So for example, last expansion, you could team up with Alphino, Alize, Y'shtola, etc. You can also level up your strength with them and they can become better in combat. I rarely ever use them, but given the fact that it's these three, why would I not? Oh, my sexy man is a Dark Knight! Oh!
Please, turn back! Else I might be forced!
Aye, a right bother this is going to be. Seems he's determined to protect Meteon.
Slide through.
Oh, it's a robot friend, so I can ignore the fact that I'm antisocial. I mean, if you're going to be doing a party with an actual group, then it is usual. If you want to get through a dungeon quickly, then it is usually better to do a party of actual people. But this is Emmett Selk. How could I not? Bonk. No, Rao, I don't think I will.
I'm not entirely useless.
I love Hythlodaeus' one. I'm not entirely useless.
I see you.
I must say, the AI can hold themselves really well. I'm guessing that the game pre-selected before the fight, or before the dungeon rather, since Emmett Selk and Vana are all-rounders, I'm guessing that it has those two adjust depending on what class you choose. So for example, if you choose like healer, Vana would choose something different, or if you choose tank, Emmett Selk would choose something different, etc. Though it is quite fun, though it is quite cool to see Emmett Selk wielding Dark Knight weaponry. Even though Dark Knight kind of got crosses a cold zone and we're going through it. What's the matter, Emmett Selk? Afraid you're gonna freeze after you got your robes a bit wet? Pretty sure Emmett's classes are Dark Knight and Black Mage. I figured as much. And I'm guessing since Vana was listed as an all-rounder, hers are probably White Mage, Paladin, and Dancer, given your previous fight with her during the previous quest. Those are probably hers anyways. Get closer. Bonk. Everybody like Riley is saying like, oh, get ready for a 20-minute summoner rotation, but it's like, nah, this rotation goes by hella fast. Plus it's got so many instant casts to it that you could just keep trucking along.
Have a taste.
I'm not entirely useless.
Yeah, solo instance was a way of seeing your classes beforehand. Ah, yeah.
Have a taste.
I do think it's kind of cool that they showed off Vanad's classes beforehand, and Emmett Silks are kind of predictable, given that it's, Okay, they didn't even give them sprinting animations, they just sped up the walking animations.
I see you opening.
I guess they couldn't really give Hythlodaeus a useless role, so they just gave him Bard. Hey Bon Bro, gonna go lay down and get some shut-eye. Much love, super fortunate to have you as my bro. Aw, thank you so much, Arctic, I super appreciate it. Your words are always so sweet. You get some good rest, Bon Bro, okay? Slap. Sweet to the bones. You're like one of those sugar skeletons you get around like Halloween. Or that's more of a Dia de los Muertos thing. That's my new headcanon now. Arctic is made up of the same materials as a sugar skull, only a bit more resilient.
Out of my way.
The Ascian party. Oh dear, this fellow seems to let us pass, then we have no choice but to force our way. Wow, Emself charged in and I was charging an attack. He really is a true tank. Really is a true tank. Yeah, he's got all the Dark Knight abilities and everything. Although granted, the name's changed. Still. Okay, Frostbite and Seek. Oh, I see. Aha. Oh, I see. Shame about the telltale footprints. Okay, so I guess it is actually a good idea to run a dungeon with AI trusts first, because they can actually show you the mechanics. Neat. Okay, Frigid Stomp. Yeah, I figured as much. It was always the nature with those kinds of icicle attacks to just charge towards you with reckless abandon. Though I am quite concerned at how close Hythlodaeus and Vanar are standing to him itself, because he takes the tank busters. Oh gosh dang it, probably has some of the Phoenix too. Alright, I've had enough of this Mama's Foss, but now he's trying to confuse us. I must say, this is a promising concept. I wonder whose it is. Of course, Hythlodaeus is always thinking about how promising of a concept the creature is and not the actual fight at hand. God damn it. Only issue is sometimes they don't dodge. Well, it seems like our Ascian friends here are more than capable of holding their own. Easy enough. Okay, why did it give us so long on that one? The Endwalker same eye seems to be a lot better moving around with Shadowbringers. Well, I mean, Shadowbringers was the introduction of the trust system, so I'd imagine they still had a fair few kinks to work out with it then. But now with Endwalker, it feels like it's a lot easier for them to program them dodging. They give you the actual Ascian masks! Oh, be still my beating heart! Oh, that's so cool. Although I wish they'd give me stuff for a class I could actually use. Okay, I gotta try this on. How's this look? Where is it? Here we go, Kisto's mask. They literally just are the Ascian masks. Although it does look kind of funny when I got 2 masks on. It does look kind of silly.
Stand firm.
Side-eye squadron command missions. Oh yeah, though those were garbage. But these AI actually seem like they know what they're doing. Oh hey, look at that. This really is the past. Vanat has stone skin.
Out of my way.
We really are in the past. Vanat has stone skin and everything.
I'm not entirely useless. I have you.
Here, Emmett Suck, baby, take this rekindle. Bonk.
I'm warning you. Stay away.
At least he has the courtesy to warn us. At least he has the courtesy to warn us. See, Emmett Silk dodged that one.
Have a taste.
Also, yes, I still have Tiny Bahamut. No, I am not changing it back. Bonk. But it does make sense given what they gave to, I do like what they gave to Hythlodaeus in this regard, considering that, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, considering that his main ability is that his eye is, his ethereal eye is good at detecting weak spots, so it does make sense that they'd give him, like, an archer class or something that can make use of that. I like how they gave kind of, like, they paid attention to the characters' classes and everything. Also, the interesting thing about this class is that, aside from like the summoner changes, is that aside from like the transformation forms of them, you rarely ever touch like Tri-Disaster and
How about you?
what was I gonna say? Oh yeah. You barely ever touch regular Tri-Disaster and Ruin because thanks to your thanks to your other rotations with attacks like Ruby Catastrophe and then especially the upgrades, currently sketching my turn will get you for 11 more beetles so I can get level 90 Beetle the moment I get him. Understandable. Seriously? He may have his flaws, but you can't fault his managerial prowess. Seriously, you want to discuss his candidacy now? Bang. Goodness me, what manner of thinking is behind this? There truly is no accounting for taste. Ah, you got that right. Let's see, Pirate Breath. Okay, that's coming from the middle head, so... Okay, I see now. Aha! So that's other heads are likely gonna have similar attacks in other directions.
Out of my way!
So is this front gonna be safe? Yeah, that's it. Alright. I guess we're gonna have to mind those. Ba-da-bop. Yeah, it does feel like the AI is a lot better at dodging this expansion.
I see you.
Have a taste.
This may stick.
Bop. Bonk. Bonk! I was like thinking it's like the scout voice, but I didn't expect with the book just bonk! We'll just see the twin for the amount of time. As if it's Alice did in AoE. Oh yeah, I remember they made like a ton of memes about that way back in the day. I fail for Constitution, but a pass for Intelligence. If this concept is submitted, I will be certain to reject it. Indeed it is. I mean, they always are, Sable, but what's your point?
I cannot let you take Mission. Not yet.
Why you so dumb? But I'm not. I don't know why people all think I am.
Have a taste.
Okay, so Mountain Buster is an AoE. Nice. Ba-da-bop. Ba-da-bop. There we go. Whoa! Whoop. I love that we can totally see the smile and flush through your avatar. Oh, you shush! Hey.
Out of my way.
No, you're not wrong. That doesn't mean you have to say it.
I'm not in
Whack.
useless.
Bonk. Clap. Hey yo, baby, let me Mountain Buster clap them cheeks. You're certainly giving me stone skin somewhere. God damn it. I have no sip emote. It do be like that sometimes. I'm mountain busting a fat one! This is only going to serve to create the...
I must hear their answers before they're expunged from existence.
There's a Google question asking where to find a Moogle in Skyrim. Manifest the spray bottle. You can't do that, Rao. It's my own show. Enough is enough, Hermes. Stubbornness can be a virtue, but this is a little excessive.
Out of my way.
I just love the little smarm in his voice. Just out of my way. Just makes me so happy. I also love the music in this area. Of how John McQueen to make it my show. You do that, it's my own show. Yeah. I don't know why, but I want to hear that silk shout, you bitch. He totally would too.
My way.
Out of my way, you bitch. He would totally say that. So fucking in character for him, it's hilarious. Here we are. What's this hyperbola? Okay, that's actually a really fair question, Yule.
So, it comes to this. I've no wish to fight, but this time, I cannot yield. Though the world may think me a mad, desperate fool, I will hold fast to my conviction.
Okay, yeah, fair. Alrighty then, team. So far as to make himself to protect Medion, he was go so far as to transform, so far as to make himself a villain.
I will have the time and tranquility I require.
Not if I have anything to say about it. And Emmett Selk does. Out of my way, you.
Ancient brand, unleash your power!
I see you.
Okay, what is this? Ah, I see.
Dancing winds, pierce my foe!
We know what we need to get ended to do still.
Stars on high, fall as rain!
But yet 2 full dives in the yard.
I see you.
Aha! And then behind the boulder, I'm guessing. Yep. Aha! I got you figured out, game. I love how Hermes says Caduceus staff design. Yeah, I pointed that out earlier. I love the Caduceus staff design. Like, it's so cool. Yo, Emmett Selk managed to interrupt the boss's attack.
Streams of ether, surge as one!
Although I must say, this AI feels far better organized than any IRL party. Like, they're actually set up so they know how to avoid new moves, and it's great.
Dancing winds, pierce my foe!
Hang on, Emmett Selk, I got you, baby.
Have a taste.
I got you, BB. I got you, BBY. Bonk. Slap. 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 Slap.
Fall as rain!
Hit this one again. Alrighty. Cool. Still managed to get behind that, thankfully.
Even when transformed, I am not finished yet.
Nah, I think you are.
Out of my way.
I rarely ever get to do DPS limit break.
My power.
Evan Selk's stare just screams, "Know your place." Well, I feel like down Zeta Flare from Kingdom Hearts, the limit break. Oh, that was the Meteor stream. If you do it with, if it's when it's normally done with Summoner, you would get the Dread Flare. Yeah, Kitsos Earrings of Casting. Yo, that actually looks sick. Kistos Knuckles. Alright, what do these look like? Yo, those actually look clean. Nice. Should probably sort my inventory. Let's see what else we got. The Kistos mask I already looked at. Let's see. We got the Kistos robe of healing. I like that. And then there's just the other miscellaneous jewelry. Alright, cool. Some nice stuff. They are some nice earrings. Alrighty. Now for the moment of truth. Lay it on me, game. Final Fantasy Definitive Edition. I mean, they re-released the original
It's
Final
over,
Fantasy as a
Hermes.
PC port, so...
In the name of the Convocation, I hereby take Meteon into custody. And setting aside the matter of your nomination, you will come with us too. We require your knowledge to assess and resolve the situation.
Meteon, I am so sorry. Would that I could have listened to your report in full. Reflected upon its meaning and conveyed it to others. That they might reconsider their chosen course. But I have failed. And that wish will never be realized. However, ere our fates become the province of others, I bid you tell me just one thing. Was there happiness in those distant stars? Was there a reason for living?
We conducted our search as per your instructions.
Oh no. Here we go.
We scoured historical records, communed with the spirits of the deceased, heard the final testaments of the dying, welcomed their shadowed hearts into our own. One race had striven to create a world bereft of animosity.
Oh no.
They renounced
know that.
relationships to avoid interpersonal strife, and in so doing brought about societal collapse. One race had renounced war and devoted itself to the enrichment of its people. They were
I
conquered,
know that smoke.
though they destroyed the enemy in reprisal. They could not regain their former glory. One race had concluded that finite time was the root of all woes. Aspiring to shatter its shackles, they went in search of infinity. They discovered nothing is infinite, and that neither time or death can be cheated. Disillusioned, they gave up on the future and themselves. One race had discarded all things that gave rise to sorrow, hoping to have only joy. They found joy lost its savor in the absence of sorrow, and lost their will to live. Though worlds apart, these peoples shared a belief. The belief that they had tried their best. That they had tried to fulfill their potential with every step and success. In the course of which, they learned the truth.
Oh no.
That they would never be free of fear and sorrow, anger and despair, of loneliness, so long as they yet lived. Even now their souls cry out for oblivion. And to this song of anguish, I lend my voice. We lend our voice. Oh, beloved mankind, shimmering jewels of beautiful Atheris, rejoice, for we
Ender,
will free you from
why am I not
yoke
just
of
dread flaring
existence.
her? Why am I not just running up?
There is no need to struggle in
I knew I
vain,
should have kept that gap
for
closer.
in nihility awaits salvation. You will know peace and serenity, and it will be beautiful. We will make our nest at the edge of the universe, and there in the dark of dead worlds hoard sorrow and suffering. There we will sing, our chorus ever louder and ever clearer, that our song may reach even this ether-shrouded star. Such is the answer we have found in the stars. Such is the gift we now offer to Atheris.
Ender, run up and kick her ass! But then again, I suppose we really can't. Ultimately, the most we can do is stand there.
Who are you to decide our fate? To decree we live or die?
You tell him, baby! Show her ass out! God damn it!
Have you lost
Your mind?
You heard what she said. She means to destroy us all, yet you'd still take her side?
You bitch!
In the name of the star, we have discarded those creations that we deemed flawed.
Oh, great, this again.
If we ourselves are flawed, does not stand to reason that we too should be discarded.
That is sophistry, and
You know it! That is sophistry, and you know
Perhaps
it!
it is. Perhaps I am wrong. Who is to say that you are right?
That's Van Daniel.
Let us settle this with a determination. In my authority as Chief Overseer of Elpis, I will make a judgment on man's fitness to exist. If he can learn to value all life and retain his will to live, even should his end be justified, he will surely find a way to avert his demise. If not, he will perish in the stone. As with all determinations, provisions must be made to ensure fairness. Kairos! Awaken!
What is Kairos?
Memory reconfiguration system Kairos activated. Awaiting instruction.
Command. Universal memory alteration. Target area. Catesis Hyperborea. Starting point. Arrival of Emmett Selk of the Convocation at Propylion. Endpoint. The present. Erase the memories of all events. And replace with a vague recollection of the following.
Oh no.
I was here, preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to Emmett Selk and Hitherdays. Meteon's shared consciousness became unstable. She and her sisters could not sustain their existence, and all dissipated at burst. The resultant shockwave accidentally triggered Kairos, which erased several days of memories from all present. Execute.
Command acknowledged. Initializing. 3 processes remaining to execution.
So it means to erase our memories.
Bravo. I dare say one would be hard-pressed to make it fairer.
Hythlodaeus, whose goddamn side are you on?
Everything that you told us. Everything that has happened. The fact we've even met. It will all be gone.
Go, Meteor. To the edge of the universe, where none can reach you.
Hermes, won't you come with me? If you were to shed your flesh, I should be able to carry you.
I will remain. As a man, I will oppose the oblivion you bring.
Silly fool. Had you said yes, I would have granted you the gentlest end.
Yo, Hydeland, let's go! Yo! Get him, Vana! Fuck him up!
That is far enough,
Enough, Hermes!
Argos, to me!
She needs to prevent the erasure of her. She's going after Medion! Into space!
Complete. 2 remaining to execution of memory reconfiguration.
Fuck him up, if
As
itself!
if we needed more pressure. No matter what, you cannot forget what happened today. For it is the key to saving your future. Your world. This fight is our fight. What comes after, our problem to contend with. Not yours. No.
Throw yourself off the
Your
platform.
own struggle awaits. And no one else can take your
He targeted
place.
the whole area, Rao. It's not gonna do anything.
You must flee this place with your memories intact. And I will see that you do.
Oh.
Now then, where is it? There you are, my little confluence.
Get him! Chase her into space.
Almost! You may elude us this day, but not forever.
She placed a tracker on it.
Meteon's gotten away.
Damn it all.
Second process complete. One remaining to execution.
Listen, dude, if you're gonna chuck me off the platform, now's your time.
No time for brooding. Listen well. Beyond lies a spatial confluence that connects the interior sections of this building. I will destroy the confluence and force open a way outside. When I do, you must jump through.
Alright then.
I cannot tell you how sorry I am.
Hermes, you a bitch.
But neither can I let you escape.
Now! Do it now! Or, never mind, I guess I'm just falling to my death.
Too brave by half.
Yo!
Exemplary
Your work as always, Emmett Silk.
What? But how? I thought the confluence was
over there.
There.
Yes.
We were rather hoping you would. Oh,
It
damn!
was never anywhere but where it is now. The instant those two began making their way towards nothing, 'twas clear the plan was a diversion.
I'm quite incapable of destroying a confluence, I must confess.
A gambit brazen beyond words. Though we've grown accustomed to reckless improvision due to the antics of an incorrigible associate.
Wow, they meant to knock me off the edge to safety, so I'm out of the range of the memory
In the
wipe.
case of certain present company, incorrigible is an understatement.
Damn!
I'm beginning to suspect it's a requirement for every Ascian.
Yup, that's me! Yeah!
There's no time! Quickly! Even now, I do not believe your tale. I would not suffer us to walk such a wretched path. Still, if it must be said, do not squander it. The legacy I leave you.
Final process complete. Executing universal memory alteration.
Go, Argos!
Oh, I love that man. That is a smug asshole after my heart. It's would require a stubborn head.
I'm
I swear
fine.
it's a requirement for every Azim.
Just a little tired.
Oh. Yes, please,
Can
Ral.
it be true?
Yes, please.
Are we the only ones left who see beauty in the world? In life? Are the stars above no more than husks of fallen civilizations?
Thank you, Raoul.
And yet, I feel her. Though she is unimaginably distant, I feel Meteion's presence, and the place where to we must go. Ere she made good her escape, I placed an enchantment upon her, one which allows us to follow her trail. She has already left the outermost bounds of Aetheris, and continues on her way. Given the vastness of the universe, it will still be no easy feat to track her down. But thanks to Emmet Selk and his Ladeus, all is not lost. We remember. So long as we remember, our fates remain ours to shape.
It's just Ender and Vanad are the only people left that remember. So, what now?
What indeed? Let us begin by ascertaining the situation at Catesis Hyperborea, where the others should still be. Given the likely state of their memories, however, it would be imprudent for us to approach them directly. In which case... I am sorry, my friend. I've asked much of you this day. But may I trouble you one last time?
I don't think we're going to be able to undo a memory alteration, unfortunately, Rao. But
Argos will investigate in our stead. We will share in his consciousness and see and hear as if we were with him. Now, close your eyes and open your mind.
Thank goodness you are unharmed.
Unharmed? There is a gaping hole in my memories.
unharmed, there is a gaping hole in my memories.
Forgive me.
Even with his memories
I was
lost.
preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to our guests. But Meteion, her shared consciousness became unstable. And she...
So, that's what prompted the state of alert. And when you went to investigate, you were caught in Kairos's accidental operation.
So it would seem. It's all a blur to me.
Because I lost my damn memory.
Such an unfortunate accident. Oh, and what of Venat and your other companion? You went inside together, as I recall.
We did?
We did? I love just the
If
genuine
Venat was with
confusion
us,
on his face. Just, we did?
I have no recollection of it.
We did?
But that there is her familiar, is it not? The fellow
But
seems
that there's
happy
the
enough,
big yellow dog.
so I think it's safe to assume his mistress as well. I haven't the slightest notion who this other companion might be, however.
Ah, well, that individual struck me as a bit different, for want of a better word. Perhaps it wasn't actually a person.
It's because, Rao, they
but
erased,
some manner of creation.
they erased their memories of,
Curious.
specifically me and
I
also
must
the
ask
events
Benal
that happened
about
at the
it
tower.
next we meet.
So, because of that,
Yes,
Emmett Selk would
yes,
have no
you do
reason to
that.
believe that it was
Now, before you
otherwise,
tend
or
to
that he would have
Hermes,
his memories erased on
Whatever this
purpose.
Meteion did, it seems he bore the brunt of it. Once you are fit to travel, you will return with us to Amarot. We need to make certain there are no other ill effects. Also, I am here on business of the 14. We've already had the conversation, like as not, but since your toy wiped my memory, we'll have to have it again.
So that's why he was still appointed at the convocation on the final days.
Of course. As you see fit.
Because their memories were erased. Emmett
This
Selk
Kairos,
didn't realize what
it
Hermes
manipulates
done.
memories through the emission of etheric waves, correct?
So because of that,
there is
he
a
was...
theory which holds
So
that
because of that,
memories scoured by
Hermes
blasts
was...
of ether are restored when the soul is cleansed in the underworld. If true, then perhaps when our time comes to return to the star, we shall remember these few days we have lost.
I doubt aught of interest occurred. Look forward to the revelation if you like, but I should prefer to reminisce on more meaningful moments.
So this ultimately cleans up the question of why Hermes was elected as Van Daniel anyways, despite what he did. It honestly makes
Let us
so much
rest.
sense.
If only for a while. After all, you and I... Oh, we still have a long, long way to go.
It honestly makes so much sense. Are you feeling at all recovered? I understand that your exertions were more than purely physical, but resting one's body, if only for a moment, is never without merit. As for Hermes, I think it's unlikely he'll create any more athletices. He poured much of himself into Medion, and now that she and his sisters are gone, dissipated into his mind, the grief must be unbearable. He'll blame himself, he'll believe that he had never acknowledged his dissatisfaction with the world, and Matteo would never have been born to suffer and die. He'll offer to join the 14 and become a welcome distraction, and one day hence he will face the advent of the final days in the role of Van Daniel. I've been crying this whole time around. I've just been trying my best to hide it. And listen to me. Our duty is not to denounce Hermes for his misguided determination, or Emmett Silk or Hythlodaeus that they had been deceived. No, we must instead ensure that the experiences Hermes sought to expunge are preserved. What remains are our memories alone will be our weapon against the final days. You must fight this battle in your age, and I in mine. Come, let us walk together once more. I will see you to the doors of Propalion. So we're returning to our own time. But then what of Heidelin? Wait! We tracked the being out into the star, didn't she? Yeah, she just walks off without me and expects me to make my way back myself. Fine, fine. Couple of mine, that's fair. Honestly, I'm still trying to figure out what to do. I don't think I'd be able to finish the entire story tonight. 4 in the morning. Yeah, it's 1:30 for me here. Go get some rest, Rao. But I don't know if I'd be able to finish the full story tonight. Well, I'll go for as long as I can, but if I ultimately can't finish it, I think I might do a bonus stream tomorrow night. About the map music for this bike specifically? Huh. Your time at this age is drawing to an end. While speaking to Vana, several cutscenes will play in sequence. Several cutscenes will play in sequence. That is French for, hey, story shit's about to happen.
So, it is within. The portal that brought you hither, and will take you home.
Yes, this is unfortunately where we part ways.
May you and yours emerge triumphant. Make use of the knowledge you have gained, that your days in Elpis and our friend's sacrifice be not in vain. With Meteon free to pursue her designs, 'tis only a matter of time until the final days are upon us. We must be ready. From fortifying our defenses to securing our escape, there is much to be done. In spite of this, we cannot allow the report that set this calamity in motion to become common knowledge. Were the masses to learn the fates of the other stars, I fear the situation would spiral out of our control.
Hermes erased his memories, so
I
there
must
shouldn't be
carefully
much
consider
worry about
who
that.
can be trusted, and bring them into the fold. Ordinarily, I wouldn't hesitate to call upon the 14. However, it was the desire for a fair determination that drove Hermes to attempt to erase our memories. Were he made aware of his actions, there is no telling whether he would remain a friend or become a foe.
So instead, Vana entrusted her knowledge to the people that would eventually come to
we might try to alienate
create
him
her
from
into
the
Hydaelyn.
convocation. Yet in doing so, we would deprive ourselves of a brilliant mind, who would be invaluable in the crises to come. Quite the dilemma. Which is why I must work independently of the convocation. Regardless of how we proceed, if we are to permanently avert the final days, we must be equal to Hermes' challenge. We must prove that mankind is worthy to exist. And this hinges, I think, on how we confront the all-consuming despair that accompanies a senseless and seemingly inevitable end. Bewildered and divided, we would perish like the peoples of those celestial ruins. We could not hope to survive the final days, much less take the battle to Meteon at her nest. We must find a way to defeat despair, to unite and prepare as many as possible for the struggle ahead. Heavy will weigh the burden of guiding this legion of souls. Yet I have faith in mankind's potential. As long as he believes in himself, there is naught he cannot achieve. So I will not give up on him. On us.
My only prediction is that we're going to take the moon spaceship
find your
and
world
fling
to be very
ourselves to
different.
Meteon's nest to confront them
Or perhaps the
there.
erasure of our friend's memories has sown the seeds of a conjunction between us. We cannot know until the moment is at hand. So shall I strive to do my best, taking naught for granted as I walk my path. And I pray you walk with me to the end. As you move forward, so too will I, as will all, resolved to fight for the morrow. And when mankind has found the strength to stand against despair, we shall silence the song of oblivion. She who sings it will learn our journey is far from over. This I promise. Fare you well, my light of the future, till we meet again.
Another time, another place.
From this day forth, I shall strive to bring honor to the seat of Fandania.
These are the events of the future. From there, Hermes became the occupant of the seat of Fandaniel. The final days of their time came to pass. Wait, Hydaelyn? It seems our return to our time hasn't been as clean as we thought it was. We're bearing witness to the final days. Once again. We are bearing witness to Vana, witnessing these events.
Even now, I remember standing there, locked in a moment where the sky is aflame. Where stars fall as tears, and screams darken the seas. Where resignation rots the trees. Where terror twists magics into abominations. Such is the lament of they who have gone before. The song of they who tried and failed to create a better world. The song of the end. That which hides at the edge of the universe is no longer hope's creation. It is hopelessness incarnate. That day, mankind saw half of its number sacrificed to bring forth Zodiark. And covering the star in a shroud of ether, we forestalled the final days.
It seems that even Emmett Selk regretted his choice in the end. His choice to create Zodiark.
Yet the cries echoed still. We wept for innocence lost, wailed for death inevitable.
Oh, for context, Raul, Zodiark has been
too terrible to bear.
Zodiark has been what is essentially the main antagonist up until this point. Long story short, to forestall the final days, the Ascians sacrificed half of their entire population to bring about an elder primal known as Zodiark, which covered the star in a shroud of ether to forestall the final days. They then intended to sacrifice.
Why must we suffer so?
They then intended to sacrifice half of their new population to bring back the old population.
No. There must be a way to restore things to the way they were.
But Hydaelyn and the others opposed this, and so they created, and so they decided to come, or Vana.
No, my friends. Suffering exists.
And so Vana wished to create Hydaelyn in order to essentially stop Zodiark's demonic
however
rule.
Great, could eliminate it.
And so
If we
Zodiark
would
was
live,
shattered.
We must accept it as our constant companion. Let us not seek to forget this tragedy. Let us carry it in our hearts, that we may grow stronger and know true happiness.
We can't accept it. We won't accept it. It will be ours again. A world free of sorrow.
So they refused to move on from the past
No,
and found
it
comfort in
will
Zodiark.
not. For there has ever been sorrow. Mankind was but spared its biting
And then
sting
Vina
for a
had
time.
to become Hydaelyn.
So please, open your eyes. To try and reclaim those lives we lost by sacrificing yet more isn't wisdom. It is weakness. No paradise is without its shadows. If we cannot accept this truth and learn from our pain, then our plight shall be repeated.
O mighty Zodiark, God born of our boundless faith, we bid you, hear our prayer. Accept this offering of lives, and deliver unto us the lives we once had. Deliver unto us the days of old, the days when the star was a font of love, and we knew naught but bliss.
You would destroy it? Our beautiful world?
Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all, a people. Beacons of light and life. Laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning and my purpose. My love. In spite of, or perhaps because of this, I choose to believe in mankind's potential, in his ability to find a way forward. So let there be no way back. From that temptation, I sunder us. No more shall man have wings to bear him to paradise. Henceforth, he shall walk.
And so Hydaelyn, clad in the prayer of those who wish to change fate, or rather Vina, became Hydaelyn. The goddess that sundered Zodiark and split the world. He split the world asunder into
All
the
is
source and the
excruciating
13
pain.
shards.
I breathe fire and torment. I birth a world of suffering to mire and plague. In one fleeting moment, lives come and go, ever moving towards the unknown.
So in sundering
And
world.
in that fleeting moment, they cry for the answer to the question. Why, given life, are they meant to suffer, to die? As fragmented, imperfect beings, yours is a never-ending quest. A quest to find your purpose, knowing your end is assured. To find the strength to continue when all strength has left you. To find joy, even as darkness descends.
So the one who gave me strength in that moment,
And amidst deepest
in
despair,
that fight against
light
Emmett Selk,
everlasting.
was Vana. And with this sundering, the Source and the 13 shards were created. The Convocation began their eternal quest to restore their world. And the Eorzea,
A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
her promise at the beginning of the expansion. Holy fuck. They brought that back. Oh, my heart. Her words. And so I awaken. Not long after I departed, I'd imagine. Still equipped with my Ascian's garb, as the portal to that time has closed. So yes, even if it might break the lore a bit, you can still teleport back to Elpis. Even if it kinda ruins the dramaticism of the moment of not being able to go back, whatever. You still can. Thou must live, die, and know what it truly means to be alive. Oh wait, I should probably set my 8th right. Hey guys! Boy, do I have a story to tell you! Although first, I feel it wouldn't be right if I wore the simple black. Today, I wear my own garb. Hey, Kryl! Boy, do I have a story to tell you! Listen up! And impeccable timing as always. Heard you were off to the first in your efforts to investigate the final days. Well, as so often happens to be the case, while you're away, we've had a few developments, which you can discuss in just a moment. Again, I can't tell how wonderful it is to have you back. Boy, do I have some shit to tell you about! Yeah, I've learned a whole lot! Risk, no doubt your wealth-filled knowledge will grant a boon to us all. Unfortunately, during your time on the first, events here have taken a turn for the worst. The Scions are running themselves ragged trying to contain this flood of blasphemies, but it's a losing battle. To try and ascertain the where and why of it, Alizé and Alphino have been traveling all over. Of all the region they visited, Locus and Moenus was the most affected. Thancred, Astinian, and Graha took a detachment of allied soldiers there to offer their aid and support those in need. But the province is vast. They only managed a handful of coastal villages. It was an accomplishment worth celebrating, but a drop in the bucket at least. In the meantime, Y'shtola and Master Matoya have been making a conceited effort to establish contact with Hydaelyn in the Ethereal Sea, but to no avail. As for Tatra and I, we've been keeping a close eye on the Forum. From what we gather, they've been constructing a vessel to ferry people to the moon, an ambitious project that's likely been years or not decades in the making. However, since we've seen no sign of it thus far, I suspect it's still incomplete. You'll also recall the proposal issued by Master Forshahol to the people of Razathan. Following their discussion, Vitra declared his support for the plan and urged those who wish to evacuate to accept the Forum's invitation. So far so good, but that's where things get a little strange. Apparently, the Forum caught wind of the lunar teleporter in the Tower of Babel and decided to use it to deliver people to the moon instead of to their mysterious ship. Therefore, to secure safe passage from Hanish refugees to the tower, Alphino, Alizé, Astinian, and Graha traveled to Garlemald not too long ago. Trouble is, the capital was hardly the safest place to begin with, and now... The final days have come to Garlemald. Shortly after our friends arrived, they were sent to rendezvous with Master Forshahol. Then panic broke out and our communications were severed. From what fragments we were able to make out before the link shell went completely silent, we can only assume the phenomenon has spread to the capital. The others need you, Ender. Please, you must help them. Having you there will make the difference, I'm sure of it. Camp Broken Glass was the first port of their call, so you'd better start there. Hopefully Lucia will know where they are. There's no telling what you'll be walking into, so you'd best take every possible precaution. Final Fantasy implies there is a starting fantasy. And an intermediate fantasy. And all the in-between fantasies. By the gods, it is as bad as I felt it would be. Ender, and not a moment too soon. The skies over Garlemald are ablaze, but it's events on the ground that concern me. As you will have heard, your fellow Scions are ahead of you. We cut the customary greetings short after we received word from our troops on Magna Glacius that the Forum's airship had landed. It was then that the heavens began to burn. I dispatched our friends at once to ensure the refugees come to no harm. I would have you join them immediately. Additional support is en route, but we will discuss that later. I trust you are ready to depart? Upon departing, several cutscenes will play in sequence! Here we go, boys! Several cuts. Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker. Otherwise known as several cutscenes will play in sequence, the expansion. Earlier, in Magna Glacius. Yep. By the 12, it's horrifying.
No. 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 We were promised an escape. Not the same route we fled.
And thus like that, fear spreads like wildfire.
Final days here in this blasted waste. Calm yourselves. Your panic is our greatest enemy.
No shit. You think that's gonna stop them from panicking?
We must build a line of defense.
Alphino, Ascian.
How?
How?
Leave the fighting
To us, father. You must lead the people to safety. Let's go, boy! My son! Ender and Ascian are now Alphino and Alize's surrogate fathers.
I can handle this pair. You?
shall tend to the refugees. Let us be about it.
As you wish, my little lord.
As you wish, my little lord. Yo, we get to be Alphino! Let's go! Let's go! Bum, bum. Oh, this is so hype!
I'll command the beast's attention. See to the wounded.
Help is at hand.
You're not dying here. The Leveilleur's diagnosis.
Leave it to me.
Hey! Let's patch you up. Can't go about fighting people if you're down, Ascian. Keep yourself rested up. Gods.
Those who can stand, come with me.
You're safe now.
Calm yourself. All is well.
Easy now. Deep breaths.
I think this is just a metaphor, either that or they've somehow managed to learn calming magic.
Worry not for the refugees, but for yourself.
Hey! There's Dragon Dad. You take the lead, I'll provide support. I'm so used to my own healer keybinds that I'm messing up Alphinos. Yeah, I think that the more of these set pieces they introduced, the better they made the bosses at, the better they made the ally characters at dodging bosses. Must keep him healed! Heal faster, elf boy! Heal faster! Also, the hang of those things. Diagnosis, you have a hole in your chest. Let me fix that.
But not hard enough!
Looks like I healed him at just the right time. I got Justinian. Get out of here. Let's go. These are the set pieces I live for when it comes to this game.
What?
How did the eyeball with tentacles hurt you? Did it just body check you or something?
Don't. I don't want to die.
Forward! Let not a single fiend escape!
Hey! He gets his redemption arc! Let's go! Let's go! My lad!
That's
My lad gets his redemption arc!
Euless and the army. So, you've recovered then?
Julius gets his redemption arc!
In time enough to be of aid. For once.
Julius gets his redemption arc! Yo!
We can speak of it more later. For now, we must fight! To repay your salvation in kind, or with better! For Garlemald has her pride!
Of that I've no doubt.
The gods. Of all possible saviors, the Imperial Army.
Yeah, not as unlikely as you'd believe, buddy.
Oh!
Damn!
I had hoped to take
all
of them down
at once.
Think a withdrawal
Might
be in order?
Oh, sod
So that.
You know who would never abandon these people to their fate. To be devoured by their former friends. That'd be beyond cruel. These beasts must fall here and now.
Well then, I'd say it's high time we threw caution to the winds.
So long as you spare me the heroic sacrifices. Now, let's go!
I find it funny how, like, Alisaie and Alphino just take the whole concept of, like, the red mage and, take the whole concepts of the red mage and stage mechanics and just throw them to the wind. And for set piece design, quite frankly, I'm all for it. I kinda like them just throwing the class design to the wind and just saying, screw it, we're gonna make them look fancy. You got the stop going. I can look after myself, you know. Though I do like how Alisaie still gets dual cast, even if you're doing like the combo action or whatever, so you can actually you can switch from the attack to healing yourself. Oh, this is the wrong way. Still made it out though. Verhoy! Scorch! Bop. Heal myself to you, you know.
Nothing to worry about. The air crackles with energy. Find cover.
Understood. Yep. Back on the meteors. Quite frankly, I love these designs. Like, granted, they're not as complex as when you're playing with the player character rather than the AI, rather than the your set piece allies.
Turnabout back, eh? On guard.
Boom.
There's not the barest trace of ether. Maybe there really is no way to bring them back. Thank you for saving our lives once again. I remember you, from Purusha. You helped us there too, didn't you?
Ah, you're from Palaka's stand. I'm glad you're still in one piece. Oh, you will be, once I see to that injury of yours.
Yep, just a black sludge.
Look out!
Well, there comes another one.
Get out of here! Quickly!
Damn, Tia got the paladin going on as well.
I won't lose them. Not a one. This will be a brighter future. I won't let a madman's apocalypse ruin everything we've fought to achieve.
Get it together, Alize. You're embarrassing yourself. And in front of Father, no less. You might never measure up to our champion.
That's bullshit, girl. You do a fantastic job.
But we ask too much of him as it is. You mustn't let Eorzea's hero fight alone.
Oh Lord, he coming. This is precisely why you should never skip your squat regime. You've done well in my absence.
I can look after myself, you know.
I have no doubt that you can.
Everything's in order? I trust?
More than you know.
I've had enough of this rabble! Come on!
Oh, a trio for the ages.
Indeed. Now this is the stuff I live for. Bonk.
Just the beginning.
Slap, clap, slap, clap, slap, clap, slap, clap.
I had a feeling I'd find you.
Why, hello, Estinian. Bit late to the party, aren't we?
The last of the worst troublemakers. With me!
Let's get him! There. Bonk. I like how they have realistic dodging patterns as well, like Estinian and Alize actually keep within melee range. I love chaining the enkindled Bahamut into the dread flare. Just yes. Double dead. Like I can make a mistake. Even the champion of Ales, I can't get everything right all the time. I can look after myself, you know, Alpha. Although, it is still nice having you around, of course. Hey! Estinian with the finisher. You stole my kill! Kill stealer! Kill stealer! So we now have a base of operations at Garlemald.
You must board without delay. The ship will depart ere long.
Your offer to host us in Ascian is most appreciated. But will the final days not soon fall upon it as well?
Your hesitation is not unwarranted. The satrap entrusted me with your lives, yet I have failed your comrades. Nor are you wrong to fear that this corruption will continue to spread. I cannot promise you complete safety, even in my homeland. What I can promise is that I will do all in my power to protect you. That power is not inconsiderable. Even now, my countrymen are preparing the vessel that will deliver us to a sanctuary on the moon. Join us on our journey there, and beyond, to new horizons. Come to old Ascian. Please.
To the moon!
We would be fools to refuse such a generous offer made in earnest.
It seems they've a new destination.
Indeed.
The people of Radzat-Han have known too much suffering. The march to Garlemald will only bring them more, short though it may be.
I quite agree. Fortunately, they have you to look after them.
Yes. Well.
Behind you! Just there!
More of them.
Wait, is that... What the fuck are you doing here, Xenos, you bitch? Is this fucker offering to help?
Xenos. Here.
My thoughts exactly.
You'll be alright. Hurry to the airship.
Hi, bitch.
Why have you come?
A heretofore unseen beast. 'Twas ripe for the slaying.
All you can think about is killing.
Poor sport, alas. Unfit to temper my blade.
Oh, for the love of... You cannot
still
be
be
on
on
about
about
a rematch.
rematch.
That is and has ever been my sole concern.
Well, you know what? You're not getting one, so fuck off.
You, on the other hand, are fixated on a different quarry.
You've never been my
Your
primary
passion
concern,
pales
Xenos.
before mine. Yet neither hate nor despair seem sufficient to recapture your misdirected bloodlust.
Unlike you, I am not motivated by vengeance.
So, I hone my blade, and I wait.
Yeah, we'll keep waiting.
That's it. That's all you care about.
Oh, damn! Julius about to sass this man!
Garlemald is in ruins. Our homeland, the nation you rule, is as good as gone. Along with so many of its people. Not just soldiers like us. Not only those who fought and killed for power and duty. Innocent civilians. Murdered by their own flesh and blood. Lost and confused as they breathed their last. While we who survived with our lives and minds intact were left to freeze to death. The Eorzeans tell me all this was your doing! You slaughtered your countrymen! You did! For what?
For nothing, in the end. So much wasted effort.
Well, at least he admits it.
You bastard!
For your own sake, Eulus, you must control your anger. It will serve no one should it consume you and see you transformed.
Indeed. It's neither the time nor the place to get mad at him.
Would you be happier had I a good reason?
What?
If my motives met with your approval, would you no longer resent the outcome? If so, then perhaps a beast's skin would suit you better. Surely the war taught you how easily power becomes the tool of the self-righteous.
Oh my god. Xenos, I am losing my
people's
patience.
Justice was merely a means to their ends. Yet you would ask me why. Ask any creature of this star and those above for answers, and they will tell you what suits their fancy. And they would be right to do so. What meaning there is to be found in the petty vicissitudes of your existence must be gleaned by you and you alone. Should you seek it in battle in the fruitless pursuit of my demise, then come. Assume your rightful place as a notch on my blade.
Honestly, at the end of the day, as twisted as Xenos is, he is ultimately speaking to the metaphor of the game.
Light on the Garlean race.
You need to find something to live for.
No more satisfying way to expunge it than by beating you to death. But I will not be party to another tragedy. I refuse to lose anyone else because of you.
And just like that, Julius is an infinitely better Garlean leader than any of those that came before.
Go! And may we never suffer your madness again!
Xenos!
Call him a bitch. Do it, Isaiah.
Perhaps you found meaning in living this way. I cannot deny you found strength. Yet if you only pursue your hedonistic pleasures and pay no heed to the plight of others, then no one will give you the time of day. You will never get what you want, not even the battle you pine for so dearly. You'll be alone for an eternity, and you'll deserve every agonizing second of it.
Yeah! Rip his ass up, Alizé! Do it! I mean, yeah, I could call him a bitch all I want, but at the end of the day, those are blunt attacks. Alizé's words pierce right to the heart. It's like the old famous Tumblr post says, you wouldn't use a rapier in the same situation, you'd use a folding chair. Oh, hello there. Inferior father.
We're ready to depart. The refugee ships will be leaving shortly, but I've asked mine to remain for the time being. There's room enough for you to join me on it, if you wish. Do contain your surprise. I needn't agree with the Scion's methods or intentions to acknowledge that their deeds are deserving of gratitude.
Well...
We appreciate the offer. But might I ask why you are delaying your departure? I presume it is not solely for our benefit.
I must visit Garlemald ere we return to Sharlayan. Having caused such an uproar, it is only meet that I explain myself to the Ilzabard contingent.
Allow us to accompany you then. We should be glad to facilitate, given our familiarity with all concerned.
And I could also finally get the chance to explain to everybody what the fuck happened and where I
we can
was.
speak of recent events on the way.
He'll be after your seat on the forum next.
Oh! The better father just asserted his dominance! Estinian just stole your kids! Estinian just took your job! He stole your kids! Oh, the roasts in this expansion have only gotten better. Seems like everybody's learned how to throw a bit of shade. And God, I love it. To see Xeno standing over there, so uncaring and unrepentant. Gods, I don't know what came over me. I just blurted out the first thing that came to mind, but looking back on it, I stand by those words. I would say that I hope they won't incite him any further villainy, but to be honest, I doubt he even remembers what I said. Anyway, enough about that. It's good to see you all again. Indeed. Now, I have quite a fair bit to explain. New weapon. Huh. Kinda like the design. But, of course, I can't go without my Mimesis. 'Tis my baby, after all. My pride and joy. My favorite weapon. Tis my good book, exactly. The surprise on his face that's cracking me up.
Good.
Exactly, it was the surprise on Forshold's face. He's just like, excuse me, what did you
sent them on
say?
their way as quickly as I could, but
Just
nevertheless,
posh
they would not make it in
confusion.
time.
The additional support was invaluable. Your men saved more than a few lives. Though not all, I regret to say.
I take it that I'm addressing Lucia Junius. I'm the Forum's envoy, Fortuno Leveilleur. And you are owed an explanation for these most dire developments.
Another trial wrought by the final days. I was beginning to suspect as much. You doubtless feel some consternation having been forced to abandon your original plan. But trust me when I say you were right to send the refugees elsewhere. Beasts have been sighted within the capital. Perhaps it was a stroke of grim fortune that the population was decimated beforehand, as they've yet to appear in any great number, but in time. In any case, Maxima leads the remainder of the contingent in an effort to cull the creatures and evacuate the populace as we speak. Once the airships have taken to the skies, I pray your men can be persuaded to join him.
You'll permit us to retain our weapons?
I wouldn't have sent you after the Scions were I expecting you to stab them in the back.
She does have a point.
And I, for one, would not regardless of the circumstances that saw us at odds before, we need men of courage now, more than ever.
You're one of us now, kid.
We swore to defend Garlemald, and so we shall.
It seems you have everything under control. You will excuse me then, for mine own duties await.
A moment, Master Fortuno. You did desire to express your appreciation for services rendered, did you not?
I did. Though if you intend to again ask that Ascian alter its course, you will find my gratitude insufficient.
'Tis nothing so onerous. I wish to hear the details of this grand endeavor of yours.
Do you swear to listen and to learn, and not to embark upon some scheme to impede us?
I swear.
Any other, I would doubt. But you, I trust to keep your word. Very well. I will request that the Forum make you privy to our plans. You may await our summons at the Baldessian Annex, assuming the decision is in your favor. Does that suffice?
It does. You have my thanks.
Excellent. You can regale us with tales of your most recent sojourn to the First while we wait.
Oh, trust me, it was far more than a trip to the First. Where do I start?
Did you hear something just now?
Ah! Elaborate! Elaborate here of all places.
Where is this star's blasted pudding?
Can I help you? Oh. Hello there, friends.
Dawn may banish even the darkest night.
God damn it, Oriange.
This bitter
You
cry
really had to
bring
make a
warmth
damn
and
entrance, huh? Hi.
'Tis heartening to see such an assembly upon my return. I thought often of you whilst I looked down upon our star's brilliance from the moon above.
You test my patience
but what
in
are you
new
doing
ways
here?
every
And dressed
single
like that?
day.
Aren't you cold?
I was gonna say, yeah, he's probably freezing.
Verily, I fear for my health should I proceed to expound upon our purpose ere I procure more suitable garments.
God damn it, his extent.
Allow me to summarize. We're here because none of you lot are up there. Nor has anyone deigned to send word about any changes in the plans.
Ah.
It's rude, is what it is. At least that's what I thought at first, but then folks got to wondering if you weren't in a spot of bother, so we decided to take matters into our own hands. Come down here and help, if our help be needed. So she says, but it's also something of a convenient excuse to visit Aetheris. Oriange made it sound absolutely marvelous. More so before the impending
Doom, but still. Oh, this dialogue is great.
There would never be a better time. What with the aforementioned doom?
Doom!
Marvelous, they say, yet not an ounce of pudding to be found. I must suffer Oriange's inferior works no more.
Hey.
Hey! Maybe consider the plight of present company before you go blathering on about pudding and doom?
How about you be putting a sock in it?
As I was saying, should you require any assistance with whatever, we are at your disposal. We were born from Heidelin's love for the lives of this star, so naturally we would much prefer to see them continue. Twiddling our thumbs up on the moon is hardly conducive to that, though, is it?
Fair point.
Aye.
These are actually
Not
helping.
when we've all got such precious thoughts and feelings and hopes for the future deserving of more active preservation. Speaking to Oriange made us realize that while we've carried out our duties to the letter, we've failed to fulfill them in spirit.
From there, it was just a hop, skip, and a jump towards resolving to do better. So please, show us how. Help us help you.
Forgive me, but are they...
Thy distant collaborators, indeed.
Hail, fellow! Well met. You'd be a member of the Forum, would you? It's an honor and a pleasure to meet you at last. I'm Livingway, Hydalin's right paw. That last bit is very important. As am I, if I may humbly say so myself.
I, bid you welcome to our star, Livingway. On behalf of the Forum, I thank you for traveling such a distance to meet us. As you have surmised, preparations for the Exodus have not proceeded as smoothly as we had hoped. I should be happy to personally escort you to our headquarters in Charlian, where you may advise us as you deem fit.
'Twas with reluctance that I set aside the great work of readying the moon for habitation. Be assured that I did so only
like
after
you
the
and your
Lockerites
small
made
Benoi.
plain their earnest desire
Wow.
to come hither.
I may be a
And
Benoi, but
myself felt a growing certainty
okay, I'm
that
slightly
their
small.
contributions here would prove invaluable. 'Tis trite, perhaps, but I followed my heart.
Good to haveth you back.
For a time, at least. Nevertheless, 'twas worth the journey to find present company well. Wilt thou attend us at the Forum and lend thine own wisdom?
If that's all quite settled, can we start moving before Urianger catches his death? Even I'm freezing out here.
Oh, I dare say you'll warm up quickly once you're aboard the airship. Sat shoulder to shoulder with our fur-covered friends.
Stuff the bunnies into the airship. In they go. I dare say Master Fortuneau was nonplussed as to we to learn the identity of Hydalin's lunar custodians. As we soon discover, they have much and more to offer the Forum. I don't suggest we return to the Annex forthwith. We may yet have time to discuss thy recent adventures ere we are summoned to the rostra. Oh, trust me, Urianger, there is a lot to discuss. I'm too lazy to get off the pier. I will gladly spend the 70 gil. After all, it is imperative that I get around quickly. Hey. Okay, that almost took as long as it probably would if I had just ran to the 8th, right? Well, whatever. Not that I'm complaining, Oriange, but I wasn't expecting to see you quite so soon. Nor I thee. In extolling the virtues of Atheris, I did inadvertently awaken in the Loperids a desire to avert our beloved star's demise. Cryle tells us you've obtained new knowledge that may aid us in the ongoing efforts. I have news to share regarding a study of the ethereal sea, but your findings are certain to be of greater interest, and so I would rather hear them first. To what revelations did Heidelland's Elpis flower lead? Where do I start? So I went back to the tower, and then came up with the genius idea to travel back in time, so Olympus sent me back to the age of the Ascians, where I somehow was involved in the causing of the final days. Then this dynamis is what drives the final days. If it and Akasha are one and the same, this all but proves Nidhana's theory, where an entity, through sheer force of emotion, to channel a vast dormant reservoir into a raging river, its power might surpass that of ether. But if our star is so replete with ether, said entity would need to be outside its influence to effectively manipulate the dynamis of the greater expanse. Meteon. Or rather, the sorrow and suffering of fallen civilizations she had been hoarding for millennia. Untold anguish and fear and hatred drawn from every corner of the universe, all for a single purpose, the destruction of Atheris. Then our foe is no longer some unknowable calamity. We have but one aim, to defeat Meteon. You make it sound so simple, but you're not wrong. Vanquish Meteon and we deliver the world from the final days, but to even attempt it there are two conditions. First, we must determine her location. Before Meteon escaped, the enchantment was placed onto her by Vanat, the woman who had become Heidelin. The implications of temporal magics are not entirely understood, so we cannot assume that our Heidelin and Vanat and Empis are one and the same. Nevertheless, due to her intrinsic qualities and as an all-powerful being, I wager Heidelin possesses the knowledge we seek. Whether she would share that knowledge with us, however, remains to be seen. After all, she intends for us to flee Atheris, not stay. Do you suppose she has abandoned her pursuit of Meteon? No, but Meteon is still out there. Aye, though not for a lack of trying on Heidelin's part. Surely that's why she used me as a conduit for her will and provided clues about the Elpis flower. I believe she's been waiting for mankind's answer to Hermes' question. So, what's the second condition? We must find a reach to reach Meteon. Naturally, our chosen method will depend entirely upon wheresoever she has made a nest. Then communing with Heidelin must by necessity come first. Did you and Master Matoya have any luck with your investigation into the ethereal sea? Sadly not. Though we enlisted the help of Arnvald and other echo-based allies, we could not detect so much as a whisper from Heidelin, even from within the antitower. Master Matoya is of the opinion that in the years since abandoning it, the Forum has found some other method of receiving instructions from Heidelin. If so, it would most likely be some sort of apparatus for observing the ethereal sea built closer to home. Maybe within the depths? Sorry to interrupt, we've just received word from the Forum. Your presence is requested in the rostro, where they intend to discuss the Great Exodus. And Father was able to persuade them. So if it's my guess, we're likely going to be able to reach the bottom of whatever the area is called. Yes, Labyrinthos. We'll probably reach the bottom of Labyrinthos and be able to find our way out there. At least by my estimate. At least that's my guess anyways. Because the bottom of Labyrinthos is probably the deepest we can get into the ethereal sea. Actually being within it, so it's my guess anyways. Isaac Tuesday? What about Isaac Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday? And Isaac Saturday and Sunday as well? What happened to them? Yeah, I think we'll hear the forum out, and then afterwards I'm gonna call stream. I might do a bonus stream tomorrow to try to wrap up the rest of the story. Because honestly, I kinda like having my reactions to the story, saved for later. Fine, fine. I shall leave my book outside. I don't think it would do much for you people anyways. Is this gonna be another several cutscenes in sequence? Okay, thank goodness. Well, actually, we don't know if it is gonna be several cutscenes in sequence. Okay, no.
There is a matter I wish to raise with you before we enter. We are here to listen and to learn. But if the Forum's plans are more or less what I expect, then I should like to make a proposal that will serve our ends. By your leave, of course.
I don't see why not. Your words and wits have gotten us this far.
Agreed. I will present our queries so that you may consider the most advantageous way to advance your proposal without distraction.
Thank you, everyone.
If I may have your attention, the ad hoc session will now commence. The purpose of today's assembly is to brief the Scions of the Seventh Dawn at their request on the Great Exodus. You may enter.
He is best boy. Best boy.
On behalf of the Forum, I commend your heroic actions on the Magna Glaciers. We shall not soon forget your service to us and the people of Radzat-Han. The Satrap, whom we have informed of the refugees' new arrangements, sings your praises as well. As an expression of our gratitude, we will endeavor to answer your questions as fully and openly as we are able.
Then let us begin. First, it is the Forum's objective to ferry the life and knowledge of this star to the moon. Am I correct?
You are. It is for this purpose that Ascian has labored these many long years. We have collected biological samples and scientific records from across the star. When the time comes, they will be moved from their places in Labyrinthos and Numenon and conveyed to safety. Once that critical task has been accomplished, we will begin transporting the Ascian citizenry, which has been categorized into groups. The earliest arrivals are to ensure hospitable environs for those who come after. Following our people, we will send those of other nations in turn, beginning with our allies. Radzat Han was foremost among these. But since the final days have already come to Thavnair, we saw fit to include the refugees with earlier groupings.
An ambitious plan. You have accounted for the safety of all nations and tribes, then?
As many as we can.
What's that supposed to mean?
And how, pray tell, do you decide who to leave behind?
To journey beyond the sky is an unprecedented and immeasurably difficult endeavor. Introducing sources of inevitable conflict would condemn all to certain death.
So basically you're excluding the Garleans.
Questions as to the validity of
That approach aside, let's ignore the
Are your plans
tangible
proceeding
racism
apace? We're under
aspect.
the impression that your primary means of celestial transportation is incomplete.
If only in that it does not meet our optimal parameters, that is correct. This arc, as some have taken to calling it, is fully operational and could be launched even today. However, the final days have progressed more quickly than we anticipated. At present, the ship is incapable of attaining speeds sufficient to meet our evacuation targets. Should we put the vessel into service, as it is now, we will be unable to travel to the moon and back quickly enough to complete the necessary number of trips. Precious lives and knowledge will be lost.
Seven hells. Is there anything to be done?
The ether burner, the primary means of propulsion once the craft is in the space between stars, is undergoing testing to determine whether it can be made more efficient. Though cargo is being loaded for the initial phase of the Exodus, we are prepared to continue our experimentation up to the day before launch, should it prove necessary.
What if the Scions were to solve your problem? We shall help devise a means to improve the ether burner's efficiency, on 2 conditions. If we succeed, you must allow us to meet with Hydaelyn.
"'Twas simple enough to deduce. You have a Concord, and so you would never have abandoned the
anti-tower
anti-tower had you no other means of communication. One far more convenient, I suspect.
Likely within Labyrinthos.
The second condition, also to be met upon our success, is that we be permitted to propose another use for your Ark.
I knew it. I knew it.
We would be at liberty to refuse this proposal.
Of course. If we cannot prove its merit to the 99 here, who are we to stake on it the lives of all peoples of this star?
Delightful as always, Master Alfino.
Hey.
Oh, we couldn't have asked for a finer plan. Allow us to solve this complex engineering problem of which we were entirely unaware until moments ago. What could possibly go wrong? The satire writes itself. Yet, what field has not benefited from a change in perspective? When we are at wit's end, what we need is not the same dry theories recited ad nauseam, but fresh inspiration. I, for one, have faith in my erstwhile students to provide it, and I find their terms to be perfectly acceptable.
Order! Order! We have no time to waste on debate. Call a vote.
But isn't that the whole point of this
All in
parliament?
favor of agreeing to the
To foster
sound
healthy
terms?
debate? Healthy debate?
"71 in favor, 28 against. The ayes have it. Fortuneau, as the architect of this project, you are the best candidate to show them its current state. And bear in mind that regardless of your personal misgivings, this is the will of the Forum.
Yeah! Yeah, the will of the Forum!
Very well.
I call this session to a close. Return to your tasks with urgency. The final days wait for none.
Alrighty, I think I've stretched this stream for about as long as it can go. I have been going for almost 7 hours now, so I should probably call it here. Well, on the quest first. Sorry for not letting the rest of you on our plan. I was admittedly thinking on my feet for the most part. But since we require both the means of communicating with Hydaelyn and reaching Medion, in the spirit of the moment I saw involving ourselves in the completion of the arc as a way to work towards both objectives simultaneously. Bargain by solving the problem with the ether burner. Circle of Associates. It might behoove us to learn how an ether burner actually works before we attempt to improve it, though. God damn it, Alphanal. Being with Brenta is hardly surprising. So, I think I'm gonna go ahead and call things here for tonight. Like I said, I have been going for almost 7 hours now, dear lord. I'm surprised that any of you have still stuck around. And so many of you at that fact. Yeah, thank you all so much for sticking around. It truly does mean a lot to me. But, as we have the sombering and quiet music of Charlene to play us off, I don't even know if anybody's streaming that I could raid tonight. I think I'm actually just gonna have to end it. Sadly, we don't have anybody to raid. I'd like to thank you all very much for watching. I might do a bonus stream tomorrow night to finish things up. Who knows? But, yeah. I'd like to thank you all very much for watching, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Or maybe not. Who knows? Bye!